The Stoic Paradox. Imagine you're holding two opposing truths in your hands like smooth stones warmed by sunlight. In one palm rests the weight of caring deeply about everything that matters to you, your relationships, your work, your dreams, your very sense of purpose. In the other lies the gentle wisdom of letting go completely, of accepting that none of these things are truly within your control. You feel the tension between these stones, the way they seem to pull against each other, and yet somehow they belong together. How can you care with your whole heart while simultaneously holding everything lightly? This is the beautiful contradiction at the heart of Stoic philosophy, a paradox that has puzzled and comforted minds for over 2,000 years. The Stoics taught that we should be deeply engaged with life while remaining fundamentally detached from outcomes. They urged passionate action coupled with serene acceptance. It seems impossible, doesn't it? Like trying to run and rest at the same time, or to love without attachment. Yet within this apparent contradiction lies one of the most profound insights into human flourishing ever discovered. On one hand, you're called to care intensely about your choices, your character, your daily actions. The Stoics believed in virtue as the highest good. Courage, justice, wisdom, and temperance weren't abstract concepts, but living practices that demanded everything you had to give. Marcus Aurelius didn't write his meditations with casual interest. He poured his soul into understanding how to live well. On the other hand, you're invited to release your grip on everything external: success, reputation, even the responses of those you love most. These things, the Stoics knew, dance to rhythms beyond your influence. Consider how this plays out in something as simple as a conversation with someone important to you. You prepare thoughtfully, choosing your words with care, speaking from your deepest truth. Your investment is complete, not because you can control their response, but precisely because you cannot. You give everything to what lies within your power while accepting that their reaction, their understanding, their choice to listen or turn away belongs entirely to them. The paradox deepens when you realize that this very detachment enables deeper care. When you're not frantically trying to control outcomes, you can pour yourself more fully into the process. It's like tending a garden. You plant seeds with meticulous attention, water with consistency, remove weeds with patience, all while knowing that the weather, the soil chemistry, the mysterious timing of growth itself remains beyond your reach. Your love for the garden becomes purer when it's freed from desperate attempts to force blooms. You begin to notice this pattern everywhere in Stoic thought. They spoke of being like a skilled archer who focuses entirely on their stance, their aim, their release, while accepting that wind might carry the arrow elsewhere. The archer's excellence lies not in hitting the target every time, but in perfecting the elements within their control. This isn't resignation. It's the most empowering perspective imaginable, because it directs all your energy toward what actually responds to your efforts. There's something profoundly liberating about discovering where your true power lies. You stop exhausting yourself trying to change other people's minds, control their emotions, or guarantee specific outcomes. Instead, you funnel that energy into your responses, your choices, your character. You become like water that flows powerfully within its banks while accepting the shape of the riverbed. The force isn't diminished by acceptance, it's focused and made more effective. The Stoics understood that suffering comes not from external events themselves, but from the stories we tell ourselves about those events. Your job interview ends poorly. That's simply information. The story that this means you're inadequate, that your future is ruined, that you'll never find meaningful work. That narrative is your creation, and therefore within your power to examine and change. You care deeply about finding good work while holding lightly to any single opportunity. This paradox extends into the realm of love and relationships in ways that initially seem almost cruel, but ultimately prove deeply wise. You're called to love fully while accepting that those you love will change in ways you cannot predict, make choices you cannot influence, and ultimately follow paths that may lead them away from you. Yet this acceptance doesn't diminish love, it purifies it. When you stop trying to possess or control those you care about, your love becomes a gift freely given rather than a transaction with expected returns. The Stoics practiced something they called negative visualization. imagining the loss of what you currently have, not to cultivate pessimism, but to deepen gratitude and prepare your mind for life's inevitable changes. You might spend a quiet moment considering that today could be the last time you see a friend. Hold your child, walk in your favorite place. This practice intensifies your appreciation of the present while building resilience for future difficulties. Time reveals another layer of the paradox. You're encouraged to live as if each day might be your last, bringing urgency and intensity to your choices, while simultaneously taking the long view that extends beyond your individual existence. You act with immediate purpose while contributing to enterprises that may not bear fruit for generations. You plant olive trees whose shade you'll never enjoy, write letters that may not be read for decades, show kindness that ripples forward in ways you'll never trace. The Stoic Paradox asks you to be simultaneously humble and confident. Humble about your ability to control external circumstances, confident in your capacity to respond with wisdom and virtue regardless of what those circumstances bring. You acknowledge your smallness within the vast cosmos, while recognizing the immense significance of your choices within that same cosmic order. Every decision to act with courage rather than cowardice, justice rather than selfishness, wisdom rather than ignorance, sends waves through the interconnected web of existence. Perhaps the most beautiful aspect of this paradox is how it transforms your relationship with failure and success. Both become teachers rather than judges. Success doesn't inflate your ego because you recognize how many factors beyond your control contributed to it. Failure doesn't devastate you because your self-worth rests on your efforts and character rather than outcomes. You play wholeheartedly in the game of life while remembering that you are not the scoreboard. As you settle into sleep tonight, let this paradox work its gentle magic in your mind. You don't need to resolve the tension between caring and letting go. You need only to rest in the spaciousness that the tension creates. Like a suspension bridge that gains its strength from opposing forces, your inner life becomes more stable and beautiful when it can hold multiple truths simultaneously. It's not about choosing between engagement and detachment, but about discovering the deeper wisdom that emerges when they dance together. The dichotomy of control. Imagine you're standing at the edge of a vast ocean, watching waves roll endlessly toward the shore. Each wave carries with it fragments of distant storms, currents you'll never see, and forces that began their journey thousands of miles away. Yet here you stand, unable to command even the smallest ripple, while simultaneously holding the power to decide whether you'll step forward into the water or turn and walk away. In this moment, you encounter one of the most profound paradoxes of human existence. The strange truth that you are simultaneously powerless over most of what happens to you and completely sovereign over the one thing that matters most. The ancient Stoics called this the dichotomy of control, and it presents us with a puzzle that seems almost absurd. On one side, you have absolutely no control over the weather, other people's decisions, the past, the future, illness, natural disasters, or even your own eventual death. On the other side, you have complete control over something so subtle and internal that most people spend their entire lives without fully recognizing it. This invisible realm of absolute personal sovereignty exists in the space between what happens to you and how you choose to respond. The paradox deepens when you realize that focusing entirely on this tiny sphere of control might actually give you more practical influence over your life than frantically grasping at all the external things you cannot control. Consider how this plays out in your daily experience. You wake up and immediately encounter a dozen things beyond your control. The traffic on your commute, your colleague's mood, whether it rains, if your computer decides to update itself at an inconvenient moment. Your natural impulse might be to feel frustrated by these disruptions, as if your emotional energy could somehow bend them to your will. Yet the Stoic insight reveals something curious. The person who fully accepts their lack of control over these external events often finds themselves more capable of navigating them skillfully. By releasing the futile effort to control the uncontrollable, you free up mental and emotional resources to focus on what you actually can influence. But what exactly falls within your control? The answer is both smaller and larger than you might expect. You cannot control your initial emotional reaction to events, the thoughts that spontaneously arise in your mind, or even many of your habitual behavioral responses. These emerge from depths of conditioning and biology that operate far below the threshold of conscious choice. What you can control is subtler. The attention you give to certain thoughts over others, the values you choose to prioritize when making decisions, the effort you put into developing your character, and most fundamentally, the stance you take toward whatever life presents to you. This creates an interesting paradox within the paradox. The more clearly you see how limited your control actually is, the more empowered you become. It's like discovering that you've been trying to steer a ship by shouting at the ocean, when all along there was a small but responsive rudder at your fingertips. The rudder cannot control the waves, the wind, or the weather, but it can determine how your vessel moves through whatever conditions arise. When you stop exhausting yourself trying to command the storms, you can focus on becoming skillful with the one tool that actually responds to your touch. There's something almost mystical about how this principle transforms daily experience. You begin to notice that the moments of greatest suffering often occur when you're unconsciously fighting against things you cannot change. The traffic jam becomes unbearable not because of the delay itself, but because part of you believes your frustration should be able to dissolve the gridlock. The difficult person in your life causes anguish not merely through their actions, but because you're expending energy trying to mentally control their behavior. When you truly internalize the dichotomy of control, these struggles begin to feel as futile as arguing with gravity. Yet this recognition does not lead to passivity or resignation. Instead, it reveals a more intelligent way of engaging with life. You cannot control whether you get sick, but you can control how conscientiously you care for your health. You cannot control whether others appreciate your work, but you can control the integrity and effort you bring to your tasks. You cannot control whether someone loves you back, but you can control whether you love them freely, without attachment to a particular outcome. This shift from trying to control results to focusing on controlling your input often leads, paradoxically, to better results. The deepest layer of this paradox touches something profound about human nature itself. We are creatures who desperately want to feel safe and in control, yet we inhabit a universe that is fundamentally uncertain and uncontrollable. The dichotomy of control suggests that true security comes not from successfully controlling external circumstances, but from developing an unshakable relationship with uncertainty itself. When you know that you cannot control most of what happens, but you trust completely in your ability to work with whatever arises, you become oddly invulnerable. External events may still affect you, but they cannot destabilize you in the same way. This creates a curious form of freedom. Most people live with a low-level background anxiety about all the things that could go wrong, all the variables they need to manage, all the people and circumstances they need to influence to feel secure. But when you fully embrace the dichotomy of control, much of this anxiety simply becomes irrelevant. You stop carrying the impossible burden of trying to micromanage reality. Instead, you can focus your energy on the much smaller but entirely achievable task of managing your own responses, choices, and character development. There's a gentle irony in discovering that acceptance of powerlessness can feel so empowering. It's like learning that the door you've been pushing against for years opens easily when you pull instead. The relief comes not from gaining more control, but from releasing the exhausting effort to control what was never yours to control in the first place. In that release, you find space to breathe, to respond thoughtfully rather than reactively, to focus on what you can actually do rather than worrying about what you cannot. As you settle into this understanding, you might notice how it changes the quality of your attention. Instead of scattering your mental energy across dozens of uncontrollable variables, you can gather it into the present moment, where your actual sphere of influence resides. Instead of rehearsing anxious scenarios about futures you cannot guarantee, you can focus on making choices right now that align with your deepest values. Instead of replaying frustrations about other people's decisions, you can attend to your own decision-making process. The dichotomy of control is not really about solving the problem of uncertainty. It's about discovering a different relationship with uncertainty, one that allows you to remain grounded and responsive even when you cannot predict or control what comes next. It's about noticing that the peace you've been seeking through control was always available through acceptance, and that the influence you've been trying to exert on the world often flows more naturally when you focus first on influencing yourself. Eudaimonia. Imagine standing before an ancient Greek temple at dawn, watching the first light pour through marble columns like liquid gold. The air is crisp and still, carrying the faint scent of olive trees and the distant murmur of a marketplace beginning to stir. You've traveled here seeking something, perhaps happiness, perhaps meaning, perhaps both. But as you step closer to the weathered stone, you realize that what you're looking for might not be what you thought it was. How is it that the deepest fulfillment often comes not from getting what we want, but from understanding what we truly need? The ancient Greeks had a word for this elusive state, eudaimonia, often translated as happiness. It means something far more profound, a life lived in accordance with one's deepest nature, a flourishing that emerges not from pleasure or achievement, but from the cultivation of virtue itself. Here lies the paradox that has puzzled philosophers for millennia. The more directly we chase happiness, the more it seems to slip away. Yet when we focus on living well rather than feeling good, contentment arrives like an unexpected gift. On one hand, everything in our modern world suggests that happiness should be our primary goal. We're surrounded by messages promising that the right purchase, the perfect relationship, or the ideal career will finally make us happy. We measure our lives by moments of joy, by the absence of pain, by the accumulation of pleasurable experiences. This makes perfect sense. Who wouldn't want to feel good, to smile more, to wake up each day with lightness in their heart? But on the other hand, those who seem most content, most deeply at peace, often speak of something entirely different. They talk about purpose rather than pleasure, about character rather than comfort, about what they give rather than what they receive. You notice this in the grandmother who radiates warmth despite her arthritis, in the teacher who finds meaning in small breakthroughs despite modest pay, in the friend who somehow remains steady through life's inevitable storms. The Stoics understood this paradox intimately. They realized that eudaimonia isn't an emotion to be captured, but a way of being to be cultivated. You begin to see what they meant when you consider your own moments of deepest satisfaction. Perhaps it was when you helped a stranger in need, when you persevered through a difficult challenge, when you chose honesty despite the cost. These moments didn't necessarily feel pleasant in the conventional sense, yet they left you with something richer than mere happiness, a sense of alignment, of having acted in harmony with your truest self. The ancient philosophers spoke of four cardinal virtues that form the foundation of eudaimonia: wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. Each one reveals another layer of the paradox. Wisdom isn't about knowing everything, but about recognizing how little you truly know. Courage isn't the absence of fear, but acting rightly despite it. Justice isn't about getting what you deserve, but about giving what is owed. Temperance isn't about denying yourself everything, but about understanding what you actually need. You start to wonder whether our confusion about happiness stems from a fundamental misunderstanding about time itself. The happiness we usually chase exists in moments: the thrill of success, the warmth of embrace, the satisfaction of desire fulfilled. But eudaimonia unfolds across the span of a lifetime, like a tree that grows slowly, adding rings of wisdom and character with each passing year. You cannot judge a life by its individual days any more than you can judge a symphony by its individual notes. Consider how this plays out in your own daily choices. When you choose to exercise despite feeling tired, you're trading momentary comfort for long-term flourishing. When you listen deeply to a friend in distress, you're prioritizing their well-being over your own immediate preferences. When you persist at learning something difficult, you're valuing growth over ease. None of these choices necessarily feel good in the moment, yet each one contributes to that deeper sense of living well. The paradox deepens when you realize that eudaimonia often emerges precisely when we stop focusing on ourselves entirely. The mother caring for her child, the artist lost in creation, the scientist pursuing truth. In these moments of complete absorption in something greater than personal pleasure, an unexpected contentment arises. It's as if happiness is like sleep. The more desperately you chase it, the more elusive it becomes. But when you're engaged in meaningful activity, it arrives naturally as a byproduct. This helps explain why so many of life's peak experiences involve some form of challenge or sacrifice. The marathon runner finds joy not in the comfort zone, but in pushing beyond it. The musician discovers transcendence not in easy songs, but in mastering difficult pieces. The parent finds love not in convenience, but in the countless small acts of service that parenthood demands. You begin to see that eudaimonia isn't about avoiding difficulty, but about finding meaning within it. The Stoics taught that we suffer not because bad things happen to us, but because we resist what is beyond our control while neglecting what is within our power. You cannot control whether you get the job, but you can control how thoroughly you prepare. You cannot control whether others appreciate your efforts, but you can control the sincerity with which you make them. You cannot control the weather during your vacation, but you can control your response to rain. This shift in focus reveals another layer of the paradox. The more you accept what you cannot change, the more power you discover in what you can. It's like learning to sail. Fighting the wind leaves you exhausted and stuck, but working with it, adjusting your sails to catch whatever breeze is available, allows you to move gracefully toward your destination regardless of the weather. As you reflect on these ancient insights, you begin to notice how they illuminate your present moment. Right now, listening to these words, allowing your mind to slow and settle, you're practicing a form of eudaimonia. You're choosing presence over distraction, contemplation over consumption, being over doing. There's no goal to achieve here, no problem to solve, only the simple act of engaging thoughtfully with timeless questions about what it means to live well. The beautiful irony is that in seeking to understand eudaimonia, you begin to embody it. The very act of asking how to live well is itself an expression of living well. It's not about reaching some final destination of perfect virtue or permanent contentment. It's about engaging with each day, each choice, each moment as an opportunity to practice being fully human. As your mind settles into sleep, you carry with you this gentle paradox. The happiness worth seeking is the kind that doesn't need to be sought, the fulfillment that comes not from getting what you want, but from wanting what contributes to the good. It's not about solving the mystery of eudaimonia, but about living daily within its quiet wisdom, letting each breath, each choice, each dream be a small expression of flourishing. Amor Fati. You're standing in your kitchen after a difficult day, washing dishes in warm water, when you notice something strange happening in your mind. The argument with your colleague, the unexpected bill, the traffic that made you late. These frustrations that felt so heavy just hours ago are beginning to shift into something else. Not quite acceptance, not quite surrender, but something deeper and more mysterious. Could it be possible that the very experiences you wished hadn't happened might somehow be essential to who you are becoming? The ancient Stoics called this amor fati, love of fate, not mere tolerance of life's difficulties, not passive resignation to suffering, but actual love for everything that unfolds in your experience. The paradox is breathtaking in its audacity, to not just endure the painful, disappointing, and chaotic moments of existence, but to embrace them with the same warmth you'd offer to your greatest joys. How can the human heart learn to love what it instinctively wants to resist? On one hand, this seems to go against every fiber of your being. When you lose someone dear to you, when illness strikes, when dreams crumble, your natural response is to wish things were different. You want to push away the pain, to negotiate with reality, to find some way back to how things were before. This resistance feels protective, even healthy. Surely you're not meant to celebrate suffering or welcome tragedy into your life. Yet on the other hand, something profound happens when you consider that every experience, pleasant or painful, has contributed to the exact person you are in this moment reading these words. The heartbreak that taught you compassion, the failure that redirected you toward something better suited to your nature, the loss that revealed depths of strength you never knew you possessed. Without these experiences, you would be someone entirely different, and that different person would never have existed to appreciate what you've learned. The deeper you explore Amor Fati, the more you realize it's not about becoming emotionally numb or pretending that pain doesn't hurt. When you stub your toe, you still feel the sharp sting. When relationships end, grief still moves through you like weather through an open landscape. The difference lies in your relationship to these experiences. Instead of adding the extra layer of suffering that comes from wishing reality were different, you begin to develop a curious kind of intimacy with whatever arises. Consider how a river flows around rocks in its path. It doesn't spend energy resenting the obstacles or plotting to remove them. The rocks become part of the river's character, creating the particular music of that waterway, the specific patterns of current and foam that make it unique. Your difficulties and setbacks work in a similar way, shaping the flow of your life into something that could never be replicated. The question becomes, can you learn to appreciate the song your life is singing, including the notes that feel discordant? This doesn't mean becoming passive or failing to work toward positive change. You can love your fate while still making choices, setting boundaries, and pursuing growth. The love comes in recognizing that even your efforts to improve your circumstances are themselves part of the unfolding pattern. You advocate for justice, not despite Amor Fati, but because your nature has been shaped by experiences that awakened your sense of fairness. You seek healing not in opposition to fate, but because fate has given you both the wound and the capacity to tend to it. There's something liberating about releasing the exhausting work of constantly judging your experiences as good or bad, wanted or unwanted. When you practice Amor Fati, you discover that most of your suffering comes not from events themselves, but from your resistance to them. The traffic jam becomes a moment to notice your breathing. The criticism becomes information about how others perceive you. The disappointment becomes a teacher showing you where your attachments have grown too tight. This shift in perspective reveals one of Amor Fati's deepest gifts. It transforms you from a victim of circumstance into an active participant in your own becoming. When you love your fate, you recognize that you are not separate from the forces shaping your life. You are those forces, expressed as consciousness, making choices within the vast web of causation. Your responses to events become as much a part of fate as the events themselves, creating endless opportunities for wisdom, creativity, and growth. The practice asks you to trust something larger than your immediate preferences. Just as a plant doesn't resist the seasons, but finds ways to thrive within them, you begin to sense that your life has its own intelligence, its own timing, its own mysterious logic. The job you didn't get led to the one that truly suited you. The relationship that ended made space for deeper self-knowledge. The health scare motivated changes you've been avoiding for years. From this perspective, even your most challenging experiences become expressions of life's creativity working through you. As you settle into this understanding, you might notice that Amor Fati isn't something you achieve once and maintain forever. It's more like a practice of remembering, a gentle return to this perspective whenever you find yourself fighting with reality. Some days you'll feel genuine appreciation for your difficulties. Other days you'll simply try to soften your resistance just a little. Both responses are part of the path. Perhaps the most beautiful aspect of Amor Fati is how it changes your relationship with the present moment. When you're not spending energy wishing the past had been different or anxiously controlling the future, you become available to the richness of what's actually happening right now. The warmth of sunlight through a window, the weight of your body settling into rest, the miracle of breath moving quietly in and out without your conscious direction. These simple pleasures were always available, waiting for your attention to return home. It's not about solving the puzzle of why difficult things happen or convincing yourself that everything happens for a predetermined reason. It's about noticing that love is large enough to include everything, not just the experiences you choose, but the entire mysterious unfolding of being human in this particular moment, this particular life, this particular universe that somehow arranges itself perfectly for you to be exactly who you are, learning exactly what you're learning, becoming exactly who you're becoming. Negative visualization. Imagine sitting in your favorite chair on a quiet evening, surrounded by everything that brings you comfort. The warm light filters through familiar windows, your loved ones are safe nearby, and the day's responsibilities have finally settled into peaceful completion. You're holding a cup of tea that's exactly the right temperature, feeling grateful for this simple moment of contentment. But then a strange thought crosses your mind. What if, just for a moment, you deliberately imagined all of this disappearing? This is the heart of negative visualization, one of Stoicism's most counterintuitive practices. The ancient Stoics believed that by regularly imagining the loss of what we hold dear, we could actually increase our appreciation for it and develop resilience against life's inevitable changes. On the surface, this seems almost cruel to ourselves. Why would we voluntarily conjure up scenarios of loss when we could simply enjoy what we have? Yet embedded within this apparent contradiction lies a profound wisdom about the nature of attachment, gratitude, and inner strength. You begin this practice by considering something precious in your life. Perhaps it's your morning routine, the sound of rain on your roof, or the way your pet greets you at the door. Instead of simply enjoying these experiences passively, negative visualization asks you to briefly imagine their absence. You picture waking up without that familiar routine, living somewhere the rain sounds different, or coming home to silence where there was once joyful recognition. The first response to this exercise often feels uncomfortable, even wrong. Your mind might resist, questioning why you would invite such thoughts when life provides enough uncertainty already. But as you sit with this discomfort, something unexpected begins to happen. The imagined loss doesn't diminish your current joy. Instead, it illuminates just how precious these ordinary moments truly are. Consider how this works with relationships. You spend time each day with people you care about, but familiarity can create a kind of emotional background noise where you stop really noticing their presence. Negative visualization invites you to imagine, just briefly, what your days would feel like without their laughter, their quirks, their particular way of seeing the world. This isn't about dwelling in morbid fantasy, but about using contrast to reveal the extraordinary nature of what seems ordinary. The practice extends beyond relationships to encompass your abilities, your health, your circumstances. You might imagine what it would be like to lose your sight and suddenly appreciate the effortless way your eyes move across these words. Or you consider what life might feel like without the use of your hands and notice with fresh wonder how they type, gesture, and create without conscious direction. Through imagined absence, presence becomes vivid again. But negative visualization serves a deeper purpose than just rekindling gratitude. By regularly contemplating loss in a controlled, philosophical way, you're essentially training your emotional resilience. You're not trying to become detached or pessimistic, but rather developing what the Stoics called inner strength. When change inevitably arrives, as it always does, you've already spent time considering how you might respond with grace rather than being completely blindsided by disruption. This practice reveals something profound about the nature of security itself. Most of us spend enormous energy trying to make our lives predictable and permanent, building walls of habit and accumulation to keep uncertainty at bay. Negative visualization suggests a different approach. Instead of denying life's impermanence, we can make friends with it. We can find a strange kind of peace in acknowledging that everything we love exists within the flow of time. Think about how differently you might experience a beautiful sunset if you knew it was the last one you'd ever see. Every color would seem more vivid, every moment more precious. Negative visualization doesn't require such dramatic circumstances. It simply asks you to bring that same intensity of attention to ordinary sunsets by occasionally remembering that even the sun itself won't shine forever. As you explore this practice, you begin to notice how much of your mental energy usually goes toward taking things for granted. Your mind assumes that tomorrow will look much like today, that the people and circumstances you rely on will remain stable and available. This assumption, while necessary for daily functioning, can also create a kind of emotional numbness. You stop seeing what's actually in front of you because you're so confident it will still be there later. Negative visualization gently disrupts this assumption without creating anxiety about the future. You're not trying to predict or prevent loss, but simply using the possibility of change to illuminate the reality of what you have right now. It's like adjusting the contrast on a photograph to make the colors more vivid and defined. The practice becomes especially powerful when applied to your own life story. You can imagine different versions of yourself, paths not taken, circumstances that might have developed differently. This isn't about regret or wishful thinking, but about appreciating the particular constellation of experiences that have led you to this exact moment. By envisioning alternate possibilities, you develop a deeper appreciation for the specific life you're actually living. Over time, negative visualization begins to change your relationship with impermanence itself. Instead of seeing change as something to fear or resist, you start to understand it as the very source of life's preciousness. A song is beautiful partly because it ends. A conversation matters because it won't last forever. Even your own consciousness becomes more remarkable when you remember its temporary nature. This shift in perspective creates an unusual kind of emotional freedom. When you're no longer desperately clinging to everything staying exactly the same, you can engage more fully with life as it actually unfolds. You can love people without trying to control them, enjoy experiences without demanding they last forever, and face uncertainty with curiosity rather than dread. As you prepare for sleep tonight, you might experiment with this ancient practice in the gentlest possible way. Perhaps you simply notice the weight of your blanket, the softness of your pillow, the quiet safety of your room, and briefly imagine how extraordinary these simple comforts would seem if you'd been without them. Let this awareness settle into gratitude without forcing or analyzing the process. Negative visualization ultimately teaches us that security doesn't come from making everything permanent, but from developing the inner resources to appreciate and navigate whatever comes. It's not about solving the mystery of impermanence, but about learning to dance with it gracefully, finding peace not in spite of change, but because of our growing ability to meet it with an open heart. The obstacle is the way. Imagine you're walking down a familiar path when suddenly you encounter a massive boulder blocking your way. Your first instinct might be frustration, perhaps even anger at this unexpected impediment to your progress. You scan left and right, looking for ways around it, considering whether to turn back entirely. But then something curious happens. As you examine this obstacle more closely, you begin to notice handholds carved into its surface, almost as if it were placed there not to stop you, but to teach you how to climb. This presents us with one of the most profound paradoxes in human experience. The very things that seem designed to defeat us often become the precise tools we need for growth. How can our greatest challenges simultaneously be our greatest teachers? The Stoic philosophers recognized something that defies our immediate emotional responses to difficulty. They observed that obstacles don't merely obstruct our path, they actually become the path itself. This isn't positive thinking or wishful reframing. It's a fundamental recognition that resistance creates strength, that friction generates heat, and that the universe seems structured in such a way that our development requires exactly the challenges we'd prefer to avoid. What makes this paradox so compelling is how it inverts our natural relationship with difficulty. We spend enormous energy trying to eliminate problems from our lives, yet every meaningful growth we've ever experienced has emerged from wrestling with something that initially felt impossible. On one hand, obstacles appear as pure impediments. They slow us down, force us to expend energy we hadn't planned to use, and often arrive at precisely the moments we feel least equipped to handle them. You've experienced this. The job loss that comes just as bills are mounting, the relationship conflict that surfaces during your busiest week, the health scare that emerges when you finally felt like life was settling into a comfortable rhythm. On the other hand, when you trace back through your life's most significant periods of growth, they almost invariably cluster around these same difficult moments. The job loss that forced you to discover capabilities you didn't know you possessed. The relationship struggle that taught you to communicate with honesty you'd been avoiding. The health challenge that clarified what truly mattered versus what you'd been treating as urgent. Consider how a river encounters a mountain. The water doesn't see the rock as an ally, it simply flows around it, over it, through it. In doing so, the river carves canyons of breathtaking beauty. The mountain shapes the water's path, but the water shapes the mountain in return. Neither fights the encounter, both are transformed by it. You begin to wonder if your obstacles operate by similar principles, sculpting and being sculpted simultaneously. Think about the skills you're most proud of developing. Chances are they emerged not from comfortable practice sessions, but from moments when you had no choice but to stretch beyond your perceived limits. The parent who discovers patience they never knew they had when caring for a colicky infant. The student who develops discipline after failing a crucial exam. The entrepreneur who learns resourcefulness when their business faces near bankruptcy. The paradox deepens when you realize that we often seek out artificial obstacles in areas where we want to grow. You voluntarily lift weights to build physical strength, even though lifting heavy objects is fundamentally uncomfortable. You choose challenging books, complex puzzles, difficult conversations, not because they're easy, but because their resistance creates the very development you seek. Yet when life presents natural obstacles, your first impulse is often to resist the resistance. This suggests something profound about the architecture of growth itself. Perhaps consciousness develops not in spite of challenges, but because of them. Perhaps the obstacle isn't interrupting your path. Perhaps it is revealing what your path actually is. When you examine this pattern across human history, you find that every breakthrough, every innovation, every leap forward in understanding emerged from someone encountering what seemed like an insurmountable problem. The Wright brothers didn't invent flight by avoiding the challenge of gravity. They learned to work with it. Marie Curie didn't advance science by choosing easy research questions. She pursued mysteries that had stumped entire generations. The greatest artists didn't create their masterpieces by avoiding creative constraints. They used limitations as the very framework for innovation. The Stoics understood that this principle applies equally to internal development. Your character isn't built during comfortable moments. It's forged in the space between what happens to you and how you choose to respond. That space, which often feels like pure difficulty, is actually where your agency lives. The obstacle forces you to discover resources you didn't know you had, to develop flexibility you hadn't needed before, to access wisdom that only emerges under pressure. This realization begins to shift something fundamental in how you relate to difficulty. Instead of seeing obstacles as evidence that something has gone wrong, you begin to recognize them as signs that something is about to go differently. The challenge isn't trying to eliminate all resistance from your life. That would be like trying to build muscle by avoiding all weight. The challenge is learning to engage with resistance skillfully. You start to notice that the moments when you feel most alive, most present, most authentically yourself, often cluster around times when you're rising to meet something difficult, not because you enjoy suffering, but because obstacles have a way of cutting through the superficial concerns that usually occupy your attention and connecting you directly with what actually matters. Consider how athletes speak about their relationship with training. The resistance isn't something to be endured, it's the very mechanism through which improvement happens. The weight doesn't fight against the muscle, it partners with the muscle to create strength. The distance doesn't oppose the runner, it collaborates with the runner to build endurance. You begin to wonder if all obstacles might operate as partners in disguise. This doesn't mean that obstacles feel pleasant or that you should seek out unnecessary difficulty. It means recognizing that when obstacles do arise, and they inevitably will, they're not interrupting your development. They are your development, arriving in the form most precisely calibrated to teach you what you're ready to learn next. As you settle into this understanding, something relaxes in your relationship with uncertainty. You don't need to have all the answers before difficulties arise. You don't need to prevent all challenges from reaching your door. The obstacles that come are often exactly the ones equipped to expand your capacity for the life you're growing into. Tonight, as you reflect on the challenges currently present in your life, consider the possibility that they're not evidence that something has gone wrong. Perhaps they're evidence that something is about to go more right than you previously imagined possible. It's not about solving every difficulty immediately. It's about noticing that the path and the obstacle might be, in some mysterious way, the same thing. Premeditatio Malorum. Imagine yourself sitting in perfect comfort, surrounded by everything you hold dear. Your loved ones are healthy, your work feels meaningful, your home feels secure. The future stretches ahead, like a calm sea under gentle stars. But somewhere in the quiet corners of your mind, a whisper asks, what if you spent a few moments each day imagining it all slipping away? This is the essence of Premeditatio Malorum, an ancient Stoic practice that translates roughly as the premeditation of evils. At first glance, it seems almost cruel. Why would anyone willingly imagine loss, suffering, or setback when life already contains enough real challenges? The paradox is striking. By regularly contemplating what we fear most, we somehow become more capable of joy. On one hand, this practice appears to invite unnecessary suffering into an already complex existence. You might wonder why anyone would choose to imagine losing their job, their health, or their relationships when these thoughts naturally arise during moments of worry. It seems like borrowing trouble from tomorrow, casting shadows over today's sunlight. On the other hand, something curious happens when you approach these fears with intention rather than anxiety. When you deliberately imagine loss, you're not catastrophizing, you're cultivating perspective. You begin to see that most of what you consider essential for happiness is actually temporary, fragile, and ultimately beyond your complete control. Consider how you feel when you voluntarily imagine losing something precious to you. There's an initial resistance, a pulling away from the discomfort. But as you stay with the image, something shifts. The very act of imagining loss while still possessing what you value creates a strange form of gratitude. You see your current circumstances not as permanent fixtures, but as temporary gifts. This isn't about becoming pessimistic or expecting the worst. Instead, it's about developing what the Stoics called reserve clause, a mental footnote that acknowledges the provisional nature of all external things. When you practice imagining loss, you're rehearsing a fundamental truth that your capacity for contentment doesn't depend entirely on external circumstances remaining exactly as they are. Think about how differently you might treat an ordinary Tuesday if you spent a few moments that morning imagining it could be your last Tuesday in your current home. The familiar sounds would become more vivid. The light falling across your kitchen table might seem more precious. This isn't morbid thinking. It's a gentle awakening to the present moment's unrepeatable value. The practice works by creating emotional distance from your attachments without diminishing your capacity to enjoy them. When you regularly contemplate the impermanence of good fortune, you develop what philosophers call philosophical detachment, not indifference, but a kind of loving non-clinging that allows you to appreciate without desperately grasping. You begin to understand that there's a difference between enjoying something and needing it for your fundamental well-being. The warm cup of coffee becomes delightful rather than necessary. The text from a friend brings joy without your identity depending on it. You discover that you can love deeply while holding lightly. Perhaps most surprisingly, this mental rehearsal of loss actually builds resilience for real challenges. When you've spent time imagining how you might respond to setback, you've already begun developing the mental muscles needed for actual adversity. You've practiced the art of finding solid ground even when external circumstances shift. There's something profound about voluntarily visiting the territory of loss while you're still safe. It's like learning to swim in calm water before facing rough seas. You're not inviting misfortune. You're preparing your mind to remain steady regardless of what fortune brings. This practice touches something deep about the human relationship with time and impermanence. You live in a constant tension between needing stability to function and knowing that everything changes. Premeditatio Malorum offers a way to make peace with this tension, to find a kind of inner stability that doesn't depend on outer circumstances remaining frozen. When you imagine losing your health, you might discover reserves of strength you didn't know existed. When you contemplate professional setbacks, you might find that your sense of worth extends beyond your career achievements. The practice reveals layers of resilience and adaptability that remain hidden when life feels completely secure. There's also something beautiful about how this contemplation of loss enhances present moment awareness. When you've spent time imagining the absence of something, its presence becomes more vivid. The sound of rain on the roof carries more weight. The sight of someone you love reading quietly nearby becomes almost luminous with significance. You start to see that much of your daily anxiety comes from treating temporary things as if they were permanent. When you regularly acknowledge impermanence, you stop needing to control outcomes so desperately. You can make plans and work toward goals while remaining internally flexible about results. The practice invites you into a different relationship with uncertainty. Instead of seeing unpredictability as a threat to happiness, you begin to see it as the natural condition within which happiness occurs. You develop what might be called graceful uncertainty, the ability to move forward purposefully without needing guarantees. As you settle into this contemplation, you might notice how the fear of loss gradually transforms into appreciation for presence. The imaginary scenarios of difficulty become doorways into deeper gratitude for what exists right now. You're not learning to expect the worst. You're learning to treasure the present. It's not about solving the fundamental uncertainty of existence or eliminating all attachment to outcomes. It's about noticing how much more spacious life becomes when you stop requiring permanence from impermanent things, and how much more vivid the present moment appears when you truly understand its precious, unrepeatable nature. Memento Mori. You're walking through an ancient Roman marketplace, the cobblestones worn smooth by countless feet that have long since turned to dust. The air carries the scent of spices and bread, voices haggling over pottery and cloth, children laughing as they chase each other between the stalls. Behind a victorious general returning from conquest, a slave whispers the same three words that have echoed through centuries. Remember, you will die. How strange that the reminder of life's end might be the very thing that awakens us to its beauty. Here lies one of humanity's most profound paradoxes, that thinking about death can make us more alive. Memento Mori, remember you will die, seems like it should fill us with dread, shadow our days with melancholy, make every moment feel heavy with impending loss. Yet the ancient Stoics understood something counterintuitive about this practice. They discovered that holding death gently in awareness doesn't diminish life, but illuminates it, like holding a candle in a dark room suddenly reveals all the treasures that were always there. On one hand, you might think that contemplating mortality would paralyze you with fear. Death represents the ultimate unknown, the end of everything familiar, the dissolution of the self you've spent a lifetime building. It's natural to want to look away, to busily distract yourself with plans and projects that stretch endlessly into an imagined future. You scroll through your phone, make lists of goals for next year, worry about things that might happen decades from now, as if keeping your mind occupied with tomorrows could somehow outrun the fundamental truth of impermanence. On the other hand, when you truly accept the reality of death, not as a morbid obsession, but as a simple fact, something unexpected happens. The weight of trivial worries begins to lift. The argument you had yesterday seems less important. The approval you were seeking feels less urgent. You begin to notice the extraordinary ordinariness of being alive right now. The way light falls through your window, the warmth of a cup in your hands, the simple miracle of breathing without thinking about it. Consider how death gives shape to life, the way silence gives meaning to music. Without the spaces between notes, melody becomes noise. Without the awareness of ending, experiences lose their preciousness. You've probably felt this during moments of transition, the last day of a vacation, a friend moving away, the final pages of a beloved book. Knowing something will end doesn't ruin it. It makes you pay attention in a way you might not otherwise. The Stoics understood that carrying this awareness gently through ordinary days could transform them into something more vivid, more present, more real. Think about how you've lived through this paradox without realizing it. Remember a time when you were truly afraid, perhaps a close call while driving, or waiting for medical test results, or saying goodbye to someone you loved. In those moments, didn't colors seem brighter afterward? Didn't simple pleasures feel more precious? The taste of your morning coffee, the sound of your child's laughter, the feeling of solid ground beneath your feet, all suddenly rich with significance you'd forgotten they carried. Marcus Aurelius, writing in his private journal that would become the Meditations, returned again and again to this theme. He wasn't a morbid man dwelling in darkness, but an emperor trying to stay awake to what mattered. He reminded himself that the people he saw in the marketplace, the senators in his court, even his own beloved wife and children, were all temporary arrangements of atoms that would one day return to the elements. Rather than making him cold or detached, this perspective filled him with a kind of tender urgency to love well while he could. You might wonder if thinking about death makes life feel meaningless. If nothing lasts, why does anything matter? But the Stoics discovered the opposite. It's precisely because life is limited that it becomes precious. A diamond is valuable partly because it's rare. Water becomes precious in the desert because it's scarce. Your life, your relationships, your capacity for kindness and wonder and love, these matter tremendously because they won't last forever. The temporary nature of things doesn't diminish their value. It's what gives them their poignancy, their weight, their ability to move you. This awareness changes how you hold your experiences. Instead of grasping desperately at happiness, trying to make moments last forever, you can receive them like gifts that you're borrowing for a while. The sunset doesn't belong to you, but you can witness it fully. Your loved ones aren't possessions, but companions on a journey you're all taking together. Even your own thoughts and feelings become less solid, less permanent, less worthy of fierce attachment when you remember that the mind thinking them is temporary too. The practice of memento mori isn't about becoming morbid or depressed. It's about developing what you might call existential perspective, the ability to zoom out just enough to see your current worries and desires in the context of the larger mystery of being alive at all. That difficult conversation you're avoiding, that creative project you keep putting off, that person you keep meaning to call. When you remember that your time for these things is limited, what seemed overwhelming often becomes simply important. What seemed impossible often becomes just difficult. What seemed too risky often becomes too precious to ignore. You begin to understand that the fear of death and the fear of life are often the same fear wearing different masks. When you're truly afraid of dying, you might also be afraid of living fully, afraid of loving deeply because you'll lose what you love, afraid of creating because what you make will fade, afraid of being vulnerable because your heart will one day stop beating. But Memento Mori offers a different way forward. It suggests that the very fact of impermanence is what makes courage possible, what makes love worthwhile, what makes this moment irreplaceably precious. Perhaps the deepest teaching of Memento Mori is that death isn't the opposite of life, but its silent partner, the darkness that makes light visible, the ending that gives shape to the story. When you stop fighting this truth and start dancing with it gently, you might find that you've never felt more alive. The world doesn't become less beautiful when you remember it won't last forever. It becomes beautiful in a way that makes your chest tight with gratitude for having witnessed it at all. Tonight, as you settle into sleep, that small daily rehearsal for the bigger rest that awaits us all, you might let this awareness rest gently in your awareness, not as a burden or a source of anxiety, but as a reminder that you're participating in something extraordinary and temporary and worthy of your full attention while you're here. It's not about solving the mystery of mortality or making peace with the unknown. It's about noticing that you're alive right now, in this moment, breathing and thinking and capable of wonder for just a little while longer. Dichotomy of Control. Imagine you're standing at the edge of a vast ocean, watching waves roll endlessly toward shore. Some waves you can see coming from far away, their crests catching sunlight as they build momentum. Others appear suddenly, crashing with unexpected force against the rocks below. You realize that while you cannot control the ocean itself, you can choose where to stand, how to brace yourself, and whether to step closer or move to higher ground. But then a deeper question emerges. What exactly lies within your power, and what remains forever beyond your reach? The ancient Stoics discovered something remarkable when they looked closely at human experience. They found that everything in life can be divided not into two categories, but three. Things completely within our control, things we can influence but not command, and things entirely beyond our power. This trichotomy reveals a paradox that challenges our everyday assumptions about agency and helplessness. We often exhaust ourselves trying to control what cannot be controlled, while neglecting the profound power we actually possess in areas we've never fully explored. On one hand, you might believe that your happiness depends on external circumstances aligning perfectly with your desires. You work tirelessly to arrange the world around you, to influence outcomes, to ensure that other people respond to you in specific ways. This feels natural, even necessary for a meaningful life. On the other hand, you've probably noticed that the harder you grip these external things, the more they seem to slip away. The promotion you desperately want goes to someone else. The weather ruins your carefully planned vacation. The person you're trying to impress remains distant and uninterested. Consider what happens when you're stuck in traffic, late for an important meeting. Your immediate impulse might be to feel frustrated, to honk your horn, to mentally rehearse explanations and apologies. But the Stoic trichotomy invites you to pause and categorize. The traffic itself belongs entirely to the third category, completely outside your control. Your punctuality in this moment has shifted into the second category, something you can influence through your response, but cannot guarantee. What remains fully within your control. Your breathing, your thoughts about the situation, your choice to use this time productively or destructively. The first category, complete control, turns out to be much smaller than most people imagine, yet infinitely more powerful. You control your judgments about what happens to you. You control your values and the principles you choose to live by. You control your attention and where you direct it moment by moment. You control your responses to both praise and criticism. These might seem like small things compared to controlling outcomes in the external world, but they represent the essence of human freedom. Even in the most constrained circumstances, this inner citadel remains inviolable. The second category, influence without control, encompasses much of what we spend our days thinking about. Your health, your relationships, your career, your reputation. You can eat well and exercise, but you cannot guarantee perfect health. You can be kind and attentive to others, but you cannot control their responses to your kindness. You can work diligently and skillfully, but you cannot ensure that your efforts will be recognized or rewarded. This middle ground requires a delicate balance, caring enough to act, but holding outcomes lightly enough to maintain your peace of mind. The philosophy deepens when you realize that this trichotomy is not just a practical tool, but a lens for understanding the human condition itself. We are beings caught between agency and fate, between the power to shape our inner lives and the humility to accept outer circumstances. This tension is not a flaw to be resolved, but the very space in which wisdom grows. Every moment presents you with the choice to focus your energy where it can be genuinely effective, or to scatter it uselessly against immovable realities. Think about how this applies to your deepest concerns and relationships. You cannot control whether someone loves you, but you can control how honestly and openly you express your own love. You cannot control whether your children make choices you approve of, but you can control the values you model and the unconditional support you provide. You cannot control whether your creative work is appreciated by others, but you can control the integrity and care you bring to the creative process itself. This shift in focus often leads to better outcomes in the external world, but that's not its primary purpose. Its purpose is to align your efforts with reality. The trichotomy also reveals something profound about suffering and contentment. Most emotional pain comes from unconsciously treating second and third category items as if they belong to the first category. When you expect to control your reputation, other people's behavior, or the timing of life's major events, you set yourself up for chronic frustration. But when you clearly see what belongs where, a strange peace begins to emerge. You can care deeply about external things while simultaneously holding them with an open hand. As you settle into this understanding, you might notice that the categories themselves are not always fixed. A situation that seems completely outside your control might reveal small pockets of influence when you look more carefully. A response that feels automatic and determined might actually be more flexible than you initially realized. The practice becomes one of gentle discernment, repeatedly asking yourself, where does this belong? And where am I most effective right now? The wisdom of the trichotomy lies not in achieving perfect detachment, but in developing skillful engagement. You learn to invest your energy where it can actually make a difference, while accepting with grace the vast territories that lie beyond your reach. This is not resignation, but a form of strategic clarity that often leads to greater effectiveness and deeper satisfaction. You do what you can do, influence what you can influence, and release what cannot be changed. It's not about solving the fundamental tension between control and surrender, but about dancing more gracefully within that tension. As you rest tonight, you might simply notice which category your current concerns belong to and gently redirect your attention to the realm where your power actually resides. Circle of concern. Imagine you're standing in your living room at midnight, scrolling through news headlines that make your chest tighten with worry. Wars in distant countries, economic uncertainty, climate change, political turmoil. Your mind begins cataloging everything that feels wrong with the world, every injustice that demands your attention, every problem that seems to require your immediate concern. You feel the weight of it all pressing down on your shoulders, as if the entire world's suffering has somehow become your personal responsibility. But here's a curious question that cuts through the overwhelm. What if caring about everything actually diminishes your power to change anything? This is the heart of a profound paradox that has puzzled philosophers and practical people alike for thousands of years. We live in a world that constantly expands our awareness of problems, suffering, and injustices far beyond our immediate reach. Yet our actual capacity to influence these distant troubles remains fundamentally limited. The more we try to hold the entire world in our circle of concern, the more scattered and ineffective our efforts become. It's a strange contradiction that caring deeply about everything might actually prevent us from caring effectively about anything. The ancient Stoics understood this tension with remarkable clarity. They observed that human beings naturally want to help, to fix, to improve everything they encounter. You see suffering and you want to alleviate it. You witness injustice and you want to correct it. This impulse is beautiful, fundamentally human, and also potentially paralyzing. The Stoics noticed that when your circle of concern becomes too large, when it encompasses things completely outside your influence, you begin to lose your sense of agency altogether. On one hand, expanding your awareness feels like moral growth. The more you know about the world's problems, the more compassionate and engaged you become as a human being. Knowledge feels like responsibility, and responsibility feels like purpose. On the other hand, this expansion can lead to a peculiar form of suffering where you carry emotional weight for situations you cannot meaningfully impact, leaving you drained and less effective in areas where you actually could make a difference. Consider how this plays out in your daily emotional landscape. You wake up and immediately check your phone, absorbing updates about conflicts, disasters, and crises happening thousands of miles away. Your heart responds as if these distant troubles were happening in your neighborhood, flooding your nervous system with stress hormones meant to mobilize you for immediate action. But there is no immediate action you can take. You're geographically, politically, and practically removed from most of these situations. So your nervous system remains activated while your actual agency remains dormant. The Stoics developed a deceptively simple framework for navigating this modern dilemma. They suggested drawing clear boundaries between what belongs within your circle of concern and what lies outside it. Not because distant suffering doesn't matter, but because your finite emotional and practical resources are most effective when focused on areas where you can actually create change. They recognize that sustainable compassion requires sustainable boundaries. This doesn't mean becoming callous or indifferent to the world's pain. Instead, it means asking yourself a different kind of question when confronted with any situation that triggers your concern. Can I directly influence this outcome through my actions? Do I have knowledge, resources, or proximity that would make my involvement meaningful? Or am I simply adding this burden to my emotional load without any corresponding increase in my ability to help? The wisdom here reveals itself in how it actually produces more effective compassion, not less. When you focus your concern on your immediate relationships, your local community, your workplace, your own personal growth and health, you begin to discover real leverage. You can actually see the results of your care translated into tangible improvements. A conversation with a struggling friend, volunteering at a local organization, changing your own habits in ways that align with your values. There's something almost mystical about how this focused attention multiplies your impact. You begin to notice that the person whose life you touch directly will touch other lives. The positive changes you create in your immediate environment ripple outward in ways you may never fully see or understand. Your circle of concern becomes like a stone dropped in still water, creating expanding circles of influence that reach far beyond your original point of impact. This creates what might be called the paradox of limitation, leading to expansion. By deliberately constraining where you direct your concern, you paradoxically increase your actual influence on the world. By accepting that you cannot care effectively about everything, you discover that you can care very effectively about specific things. Your limited circle of concern becomes a concentrated source of real change rather than a diffuse pool of anxious worry. The emotional shift that accompanies this understanding can feel like setting down a heavy backpack you didn't realize you'd been carrying. There's grief in acknowledging that you cannot solve every problem or heal every wound you become aware of. But there's also profound relief in discovering that this limitation is not a personal failure, but a basic feature of human existence that, when accepted, actually increases your effectiveness as a force for good. You begin to see how the modern world, with its constant stream of global information, creates an artificial sense of responsibility that our ancestors never had to navigate. They cared for their families, their tribes, their immediate communities, and through that focused care, human civilization gradually improved. They didn't carry the weight of every distant tragedy, not because they were less compassionate, but because their tools for awareness hadn't outpaced their tools for action. Perhaps the deepest wisdom in understanding your circle of concern lies not in solving the paradox, but in embracing it. You can simultaneously hold deep care for the entire world while directing your active concern toward the spaces where your care can translate into meaningful action. You can feel genuine compassion for distant suffering while choosing to channel your limited resources toward nearby opportunities for healing. It's not about solving the tension between wanting to help everyone and being able to help only some. It's about noticing that this tension itself points toward a more sustainable and ultimately more effective way of engaging with a world that will always contain more problems than any one person can address. Apatheia. Imagine standing in the eye of a hurricane where the winds roar with devastating force just beyond your reach. Yet where you stand, the air is perfectly still. Around you, the world spins in chaos. Deadlines crash like thunder, relationships strain and snap like branches in a storm, disappointments fall like hail. But somehow, in this strange center, you remain untouched. This is the paradox of apatheia, the ancient Stoic ideal that seems to promise the impossible: complete emotional invulnerability in a world designed to wound us. But how can you care deeply about life while remaining fundamentally unshakable by its outcomes? At first glance, apatheia appears to be emotional numbness dressed up in philosophical robes. The word itself, from which we get our modern apathy, seems to suggest a cold disconnection from feeling, a robot-like existence where nothing matters enough to move you. Yet the Stoics meant something far more nuanced and paradoxical: not the absence of emotion, but the presence of such profound inner stability that external circumstances lose their power to dictate your internal state. It's the difference between a frozen lake and a deep, still pond. One is lifeless, the other simply undisturbed. On one hand, apatheia seems to require you to stop caring about the very things that make life meaningful. How can you love your family while remaining unattached to their well-being? How can you pursue your dreams while staying indifferent to success or failure? The practice appears to demand that you become a stranger to your own heart, watching your desires and fears as if they belong to someone else. You might find yourself wondering if this emotional distance creates wisdom or merely emptiness. On the other hand, there's something deeply appealing about this liberation from the constant tyranny of feeling. Consider how much of your suffering comes not from events themselves, but from your emotional reactions to them. The promotion you didn't get becomes a personal rejection. The criticism from a friend becomes evidence of your unworthiness. The rainy day becomes a cosmic conspiracy against your happiness. In this light, apatheia begins to look less like emotional death and more like emotional freedom, the ability to respond rather than react. The Stoics understood that our emotions often lie to us with remarkable creativity. Anger convinces us that our rage is justified, when it usually serves no constructive purpose. Anxiety persuades us that worry is preparation, when it's often just suffering in advance. Even joy can mislead us, making us feel that our happiness depends entirely on circumstances we cannot control. Apatheia offers a different relationship with these emotional storms, not suppressing them, but recognizing them as temporary weather patterns in the vast sky of consciousness. Picture yourself as a mountain watching the seasons change. Winter brings snow and spring brings flowers. Summer brings heat and autumn brings color, but the mountain itself remains fundamentally unchanged by any of it. This doesn't mean the mountain is indifferent to the seasons. It experiences each one fully, but it doesn't derive its identity or stability from any particular weather. You begin to see that apatheia might be less about not feeling and more about not being controlled by feeling. The practice reveals itself as surprisingly active rather than passive. Instead of numbing yourself to pain, you develop the capacity to hold space for it without being overwhelmed. Instead of avoiding disappointment, you learn to meet it with curious attention rather than reactive resistance. You discover that there's a profound difference between experiencing an emotion and being hijacked by it, between acknowledging a feeling and letting it write the story of your day. This philosophical stance touches something fundamental about human identity and freedom. Most of us believe, without really questioning it, that we are our emotions, that anger makes us angry people, that sadness makes us sad people, that anxiety defines our character. Apatheia suggests a more spacious view, that you are the awareness in which emotions arise and pass away, like clouds in an endless sky. This isn't denial of feeling, but recognition of something deeper than feeling. The practice also illuminates our relationship with time and impermanence. So much of our emotional suffering comes from trying to make permanent what is inherently temporary, or fighting the natural flow of change. We cling to moments of happiness as if we could freeze them forever, and resist moments of pain as if they were eternal verdicts on our lives. Apatheia teaches us to work with this flow rather than against it, finding stability not in stopping change, but in learning to dance with it. Love becomes particularly interesting through this lens. Can you love someone and simultaneously accept that you might lose them? Can you care deeply while holding lightly? The Stoics would say that apatheia actually enables deeper love by freeing you from the possessive anxieties that often masquerade as caring. When you're not constantly afraid of loss, you can be more present to what you actually have. When you're not trying to control outcomes, you can focus on what you can control, your own choices and responses. The path toward apatheia is surprisingly gentle, less like building armor and more like cultivating spaciousness. You notice how often you assign unnecessary drama to neutral events. You observe how much energy you spend fighting reality instead of working skillfully with what actually is. You begin to recognize the difference between appropriate concern and anxious rumination, between healthy sadness and unnecessary suffering, between righteous anger and destructive rage. This awareness brings a curious kind of peace that has nothing to do with getting what you want and everything to do with being okay regardless of what you get. It's not resignation, but a deeper form of engagement, one that comes from strength rather than neediness, from choice rather than compulsion. You start to understand that apatheia might actually be the foundation of genuine compassion, because it allows you to respond to others' suffering without being overwhelmed by your own emotional reactivity. The ultimate paradox of apatheia reveals itself slowly. The less you need anything to be different, the more skillfully you can work to make things better. When you're not driven by desperation or attachment to outcomes, your actions become clearer, more creative, more effective. It's like the difference between swimming frantically against a current and learning to navigate the water with confident strokes. It's not about solving the impossible puzzle of how to care without attachment, or how to feel without being controlled by feeling. It's about noticing that perhaps the puzzle solves itself when you stop trying so hard to solve it. When you allow yourself to rest in the eye of the storm and discover that the deepest peace was always available, right in the center of whatever chaos surrounds you. Indifference to indifference. Imagine you're sitting in a crowded cafe, watching the endless stream of human drama unfold around you. At the table beside you, someone receives devastating news with a shrug. Across the room, another person rages at a minor inconvenience. You find yourself unmoved by both displays, neither judging the person who doesn't care nor the one who cares too much. But then something curious happens. You notice that you don't particularly care about your own lack of caring, and this observation brings an unexpected sense of peace. What does it mean to be indifferent to your own indifference? This is perhaps one of the most elegant paradoxes in Stoic philosophy, a concept that seems to fold in on itself like origami made of thoughts. The Stoics spoke of achieving a state where you neither cling to emotions nor reject them, where you don't even cling to the act of not clinging. It's the philosophical equivalent of achieving perfect balance by not trying to balance at all. On one hand, indifference might seem cold, disconnected, even inhuman. When someone tells you they don't care about the outcome of an important decision, your first instinct might be to shake them, to remind them that caring is what makes us alive. Yet on the other hand, there's something profoundly liberating about the person who has learned not to be bothered by their own lack of emotional investment. They've discovered a secret room in the house of consciousness, a place where the weather of feeling can't quite reach. Consider how much energy you spend managing your relationship with your own emotions. You care about something, then you care about whether you should care about it. You don't care about something else, then you worry that your indifference makes you a bad person. This creates endless loops of self-judgment, emotional spirals that consume the very energy that could be used for actual living. The Stoics recognized this exhausting pattern and proposed something radical. What if you could be indifferent to your own indifference? Think of a master gardener who tends their plants with attention but doesn't agonize over every brown leaf. They care for their garden, but they don't waste energy caring about whether they're caring enough or too much. Their indifference to their own level of caring creates a spaciousness that actually allows for more effective action. This is the paradox at work. By not being invested in the quality of your investment, you become more genuinely invested in what actually matters. In your daily life, this principle might manifest as a gentle letting go of the need to monitor your own emotional responses. You find yourself unmoved by news that once would have sent you spiraling, and instead of judging this numbness, you simply notice it. You discover that your romantic feelings have shifted, and rather than forcing passion or guilt about its absence, you allow the change to exist without commentary. This isn't apathy. It's a sophisticated form of acceptance that includes accepting your own acceptance. The beauty of this paradox lies in how it resolves the ancient tension between caring and detachment. Traditional wisdom often presents these as opposing forces. Either you care deeply about everything and suffer for it, or you detach completely and risk becoming cold. But indifference to indifference suggests a third path, where you can care when caring serves you and remain untroubled when caring fades. The key is not monitoring or managing this process, not being a critic of your own emotional performance. Picture yourself as a lighthouse keeper who no longer worries about whether the light is too bright or too dim. You maintain the beacon not from obligation or passion, but from a place that exists before such distinctions. Your indifference to whether you feel passionate about lighthouse keeping doesn't diminish your effectiveness. It enhances it. You're no longer distracted by the quality of your motivation, so you can respond to what the actual situation requires. Some nights demand more attention, others less, and you move fluidly between these demands without getting caught in self-evaluation. This principle extends into relationships, where much suffering comes from analyzing and reanalyzing your own feelings. You love someone, then question whether you love them enough. You feel distant from a friend, then feel guilty about the distance, then feel frustrated about the guilt. Each layer of self-consciousness adds weight to what could be a simple experience. When you become indifferent to your own indifference, these loops begin to dissolve. You can love freely when love arises and let it recede when it recedes, without making either state a referendum on your character. The Stoics understood that the mind, left to its own devices, will create problems about problems, complaints about complaints, worries about worries. Marcus Aurelius wrote about observing his own thoughts without becoming entangled in judging those observations. This isn't a practice of becoming emotionally dead. It's about becoming emotionally free. Free to respond authentically to what's actually happening, rather than responding to your responses to what's happening. In the quiet hours before sleep, this paradox offers particular comfort. You don't need to care about your day with perfect intensity, nor do you need to worry about whether you cared enough. You don't need to feel grateful with the right amount of gratitude, or relaxed with the proper degree of relaxation. You can simply let your thoughts and feelings exist as they are, without the exhausting work of evaluating their quality or appropriateness. This is the gift of indifference to indifference, the permission to stop being a critic of your own inner life. As you settle into rest tonight, notice how this principle might already be working in your life. Perhaps there are areas where you've naturally stopped caring about whether you care enough, and in that spaciousness, you've found a different kind of peace. It's not about solving the paradox of caring versus not caring. It's about noticing that the need to solve it was just another burden you can gently set down. The sage archetype. Imagine sitting across from someone who seems to carry the weight of centuries in their eyes, yet their presence fills you with an inexplicable lightness. Their words are few, but each one lands with the gentle authority of truth that has been tested by time. You find yourself drawn to their quiet confidence, the way they seem to know something essential about the world that you're still discovering. But here's what strikes you as strange. The more they reveal their wisdom, the more they seem to embrace how little they truly know. How can someone become wise by constantly acknowledging their ignorance? This is the fundamental paradox of the sage archetype. A figure who gains authority through humility, who teaches by questioning, and who finds certainty in uncertainty. The sage represents our deepest aspiration toward wisdom, yet embodies a way of being that seems to contradict everything we typically associate with knowledge and expertise. Where we expect answers, the sage offers better questions. Where we seek dogma, they provide gentle doubt. The sage somehow manages to be both teacher and eternal student, both guide and fellow traveler on the path of understanding. On one hand, you recognize the sage by their profound understanding of life's complexities. They've seen patterns repeat across decades, witnessed the cycles of human joy and suffering, and developed an almost supernatural ability to see through surface appearances to deeper truths. Their words carry weight because they emerge from genuine experience. On the other hand, the deeper their wisdom becomes, the more comfortable they grow with saying, "I don't know." They seem to understand that true knowledge begins where certainty ends, and that the wisest response to life's biggest questions might be a thoughtful pause rather than a quick answer. You notice this quality in people who have lived through significant challenges and emerged not bitter, but curious. They've learned that life rarely provides the clean explanations we crave. Instead, they've developed what you might call negative capability, the ability to exist in uncertainty without irritably reaching after fact and reason. When you ask them for advice, they don't hand you a solution. They help you discover the right questions to ask yourself. Consider how this wisdom manifests in everyday moments. The sage archetype shows up in the grandmother who listens to your problems without immediately offering solutions, understanding that sometimes you need to voice your thoughts before you can see them clearly. It appears in the mentor who guides not by telling you what to do, but by helping you recognize what you already know deep down. These individuals have learned that real wisdom often involves stepping back rather than stepping forward, creating space for understanding rather than filling silence with certainties. The sage carries a particular relationship with time that sets them apart from other archetypes. While others rush toward the future or cling to the past, the sage dwells in what you might call deep time, a perspective that sees individual moments as part of vast, interconnected patterns. This long view allows them to remain calm during crises that panic others. They've seen how today's catastrophe often becomes tomorrow's forgotten worry, how what seems permanently broken has a way of healing, how endings consistently transform into unexpected beginnings. Yet their relationship with time creates its own paradox. The more deeply they understand the temporary nature of all things, the more present they become to each passing moment. Their awareness of impermanence doesn't make them detached. It makes them more appreciative of whatever is happening right now. They hold their opinions lightly because they know how often perspectives shift. They treasure relationships deeply because they understand how precious and fragile connection truly is. You begin to see how the sage archetype reflects something essential about the nature of consciousness itself. The mind that seeks to understand life finds itself in the peculiar position of being both the observer and the observed, the questioner and the questioned. The sage embodies this recursive mystery. They are aware of their own awareness, conscious of the limits of consciousness, thinking about the nature of thought itself. This creates a kind of philosophical vertigo, a recognition that the tool we use to understand reality is itself part of that reality. This recursive quality shows up in how sages approach learning. They study not just facts and theories, but the process of learning itself. They become curious about their own curiosity. They examine their assumptions while simultaneously questioning their ability to examine assumptions. This might sound like an endless loop, but in practice, it creates a profound humility and openness that allows them to continue growing throughout their entire lives. The sage also carries a unique relationship with suffering that distinguishes them from both the innocent, who has yet to encounter life's difficulties, and the cynic, who has been hardened by them. The sage has walked through pain and emerged neither untouched nor broken, but somehow enlarged. They've learned that suffering, while never welcome, often serves as an unexpected teacher. This doesn't make them masochistic or naive about hardship. Rather, they've developed the capacity to find meaning without needing to find reasons, to accept what they cannot change while continuing to work on what they can. You see this quality in people who have faced loss and discovered resilience they didn't know they possessed. They've learned that healing doesn't mean returning to who you were before. It means integrating your experiences into a larger sense of self. The sage understands that wisdom often emerges not from avoiding difficulties, but from learning to move through them with grace. Perhaps most significantly, the sage archetype embodies a profound acceptance of mystery. In a world that demands explanations for everything, the sage has made peace with the inexplicable. They've learned to be comfortable with questions that have no answers, with problems that cannot be solved, with experiences that resist interpretation. This acceptance doesn't represent intellectual laziness or spiritual bypassing. Instead, it reflects a deep understanding that some aspects of existence transcend human comprehension, and that wrestling with mystery is often more valuable than conquering it. As you consider the sage archetype, you might notice how it asks you to reconsider your relationship with your own learning and growth. Perhaps wisdom isn't about accumulating information or developing unshakable convictions. Maybe it's about cultivating the capacity to remain open, curious, and responsive to whatever life presents. The sage reminds us that the goal isn't to become someone who has all the answers, but to become someone who can live gracefully with the questions. The path of the sage, then, isn't about reaching a destination where understanding becomes complete. It's about learning to walk with uncertainty as a companion rather than an enemy, to treat every experience as a teacher worth listening to, and to hold our knowledge lightly enough that it can continue to evolve. It's not about solving the paradox of wisdom and ignorance. It's about noticing how beautifully they dance together, each one making the other more profound. and more necessary. Virtue ethics. You're sitting in a quiet room, watching the last light of day fade through your window. The world outside settles into evening stillness, and you find yourself thinking about a simple question that philosophers have wrestled with for thousands of years. What does it mean to be a good person? Not just to do good things, but to actually be good at the deepest level of your character. It seems like it should be straightforward, yet the more you consider it, the more complex it becomes. Here lies one of philosophy's most beautiful paradoxes. The idea that virtue is both completely natural to us and something we must spend our entire lives learning. Ancient Stoics believed that living virtuously was the most human thing we could do, as natural as breathing. Yet they also taught that becoming virtuous required constant practice, discipline, and wisdom that might take decades to develop. How can something be both innate and learned, both effortless and requiring tremendous effort? You begin to notice this strange duality everywhere in Stoic thought. On one hand, they argued that virtue is the only true good, that external circumstances like wealth, fame, or even physical comfort are ultimately irrelevant to your well-being. Your capacity for courage, justice, wisdom, and temperance exists independently of anything the world might give or take away. On the other hand, Stoics lived fully in the world, engaging with politics, relationships, and daily responsibilities with deep commitment. Take Marcus Aurelius, writing his personal reflections while managing an entire empire. He understood that his external role as emperor was neither good nor bad in itself, yet he approached his duties with extraordinary care and dedication. This wasn't contradiction, but integration, a recognition that virtue expresses itself through engagement, not withdrawal from life's complexities. You start to see how this paradox plays out in your own experience. The moments when you felt most genuinely yourself, most aligned with your deepest values, often came not from perfect circumstances, but from how you responded to imperfect ones. The courage you discovered when facing something difficult, the compassion that emerged naturally when someone needed help, the patience that developed through repeated challenges. Stoics called this living according to nature, but they meant something profound by nature. Not just biological impulses or desires, but your essential capacity for reason, choice, and virtue. Your true nature, they suggested, is your ability to respond thoughtfully rather than merely react instinctively. This creates another gentle paradox. Becoming natural requires practice. Becoming spontaneous requires discipline. Consider how the Stoics viewed emotions, another area where their wisdom reveals unexpected depth. They weren't advocating emotional numbness or detachment, despite common misunderstandings. Instead, they distinguished between initial emotional impressions and our judgments about those impressions. You feel the sting of criticism, the flutter of anxiety, the warmth of affection. These are natural and immediate responses to life. The Stoic practice involves the space between feeling and reaction, that crucial moment where you can choose your response. You can feel anger and choose justice instead of revenge. You can feel fear and choose courage instead of paralysis. You can feel desire and choose wisdom instead of compulsion. This isn't suppressing emotion, but transforming it through virtue. This transformation happens through what Stoics call the discipline of desire, the discipline of action, and the discipline of judgment. The discipline of desire teaches you to want what happens rather than demanding that what you want must happen. The discipline of action shows you how to engage fully with your responsibilities while holding outcomes lightly. The discipline of judgment develops your ability to see situations clearly, without the distortions of ego, fear, or wishful thinking. You begin to understand that these disciplines aren't rules imposed from outside, but practices that align you with your deepest nature. When you stop fighting reality and start working with it skillfully, when you take responsibility for what's truly yours to control and release what isn't, when you respond to life from wisdom rather than reactivity, you feel more yourself, not less. The Stoics spoke of virtue as its own reward, another concept that initially seems puzzling. How can being virtuous be rewarding if virtue often requires sacrifice, difficulty, or choosing the harder path? Yet you've probably experienced moments when doing the right thing, even when it cost you something, left you with a deep sense of satisfaction that external rewards couldn't match. This satisfaction comes from alignment, from the harmony between your actions and your values, between your choices and your character. When you act with genuine courage, justice, wisdom, or temperance, you strengthen those capacities in yourself. Each virtuous choice makes the next one more natural, more available, more truly yours. Perhaps this is why Stoics emphasized that virtue is a practice rather than a destination. You don't achieve courage once and have it forever. You develop it through repeated acts of facing what needs to be faced. You don't become wise through learning facts, but through applying understanding skillfully to real situations, again and again. The beauty of this approach is that it makes every moment an opportunity for practice. Traffic delays become opportunities for patience. Disagreements become opportunities for justice and understanding. Uncertainties become opportunities for courage. Mistakes become opportunities for wisdom. Nothing is wasted when viewed through the lens of virtue ethics. This transforms your relationship with difficulty itself. Instead of seeing challenges as obstacles to happiness, you begin to recognize them as the very means through which character develops. The Stoics didn't seek out suffering, but they understood that growth requires resistance, just as muscles strengthen through exercise rather than rest. You start to notice how this perspective brings a quiet dignity to ordinary life. Washing dishes with attention becomes an expression of virtue. Listening patiently to someone who's struggling becomes a form of philosophical practice. Choosing your response rather than simply reacting becomes a way of honoring your essential nature as a rational, choosing being. As you let these ideas settle into your awareness, you might feel a gentle shift in how you hold your own life's challenges and opportunities. The Stoic path doesn't promise easy answers or quick fixes. Instead, it offers something more valuable, a way of being that remains available regardless of circumstances, a source of stability that depends not on external conditions, but on your own choices and character. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, you can rest in the knowledge that virtue isn't something distant or complex. It's as close as your next choice, as available as your next breath. It's not about solving the paradox of being human, but about noticing how wisdom emerges naturally when you stop fighting your essential nature and start expressing it skillfully, moment by moment, choice by choice. The four cardinal virtues. Imagine standing at the crossroads of an ancient city where four paths stretch toward distant horizons. Each road bears a weathered stone marker: prudence, justice, fortitude, and temperance. You've been walking these paths your entire life, though perhaps without noticing their names carved deep into marble by countless generations before you. The evening light catches the inscriptions, and you realize something peculiar. The more virtuous you try to become, the more you discover how much you still don't understand about virtue itself. Here lies one of philosophy's most enduring puzzles. The four cardinal virtues that have guided human conduct for over 2 millennia seem simple enough to name, yet prove mysteriously elusive to master. Prudence asks you to be wise, but wisdom often reveals how little you know. Justice demands fairness, yet every situation seems to contain competing claims of what's right. Fortitude calls for courage, but bravery in one moment might be recklessness in another. Temperance requests moderation, though even moderation can be taken to harmful extremes. The very pursuit of virtue, it seems, requires you to embrace uncertainty about what virtue truly means. Consider prudence first, the virtue of practical wisdom. On one hand, prudence invites you to gather information, weigh consequences, and choose thoughtfully. You learn to pause before speaking, to consider multiple perspectives, to seek advice from those who have walked similar paths. This seems straightforward enough. Be wise, make good decisions, learn from experience. Yet on the other hand, prudence can become its own trap. You might find yourself so caught up in analysis that you never act at all, so concerned with making the perfect choice that you miss opportunities for growth. The wisest people often confess how much they don't know, while those who claim certainty reveal their foolishness. The ancient Greeks spoke of prudence as phronses, a kind of practical wisdom that knows not just what is true, but what is true in this moment. For these people, in these circumstances, you begin to see that prudence isn't about having all the answers. It's about developing a sensitivity to context, a willingness to hold your convictions lightly while still acting with conviction. This creates a fascinating tension. The more prudent you become, the more comfortable you grow with uncertainty. Justice presents its own contradictions. At first glance, justice seems to demand that you treat people fairly, give them what they deserve, respect their rights and dignity. You might think of justice as a balance scale, carefully weighing competing claims until equilibrium is reached. But step closer to any real situation requiring justice, and the simplicity dissolves. Does justice mean equality, giving everyone the same? Or does it mean equity, giving people what they need? When resources are scarce, how do you balance individual merit with collective need? When someone has been harmed, does justice require punishment, restoration, or forgiveness? You discover that justice often requires you to hold multiple truths simultaneously. A parent must be just to all their children, yet each child needs something different. A leader must consider both individual cases and systemic patterns. Justice in the small moments, letting someone merge in traffic, connects to justice in the large moments. How society allocates opportunities and resources. The virtue grows more complex the more deeply you examine it, like a fractal pattern revealing new layers at every level of magnification. Fortitude or courage reveals perhaps the most immediate paradox. Courage asks you to face your fears, to act rightly despite danger or difficulty. You might picture courage as charging forward boldly, confident, and unafraid. Yet true courage often feels quite different from this heroic image. Real courage frequently involves trembling hands and racing hearts, choosing to act not because you feel brave, but precisely because you feel afraid. The firefighter running into a burning building experiences fear. Courage lies not in the absence of that fear, but in the decision to serve others despite it. Moreover, fortitude isn't just physical bravery. It's the courage to be vulnerable, to admit mistakes, to stand up for unpopular truths. Sometimes courage means speaking, sometimes it means listening. Sometimes it requires action. Sometimes it demands patient endurance. You might find that your greatest acts of courage are invisible to others. The courage to change a harmful habit, to seek help when struggling, to remain kind when others are cruel. Fortitude reveals itself as both dramatic and humble, public and private, sudden and gradual. Temperance completes the quartet with its own puzzles. Temperance calls for moderation, balance, self-control. You're invited to enjoy life's pleasures without being enslaved by them, to want things without being owned by your wanting. This sounds reasonable. Eat, but not too much. Work, but leave time for rest. Enjoy success without becoming arrogant. Face failure without despair. Yet temperance proves surprisingly difficult to calibrate. How much is too much? How little is too little? The same amount of wine that brings joy to one person might bring misery to another. You begin to notice that temperance isn't about finding some universal formula for moderation. It's about developing an intimate awareness of your own patterns, tendencies, and needs. What feels moderate to you might be excessive or insufficient for someone else. Temperance becomes less about following rules and more about cultivating a responsive relationship with yourself and your circumstances. The virtue requires both discipline and flexibility, structure and spontaneity. The deeper paradox emerges when you consider how these four virtues interact. They don't exist in isolation. They weave together like colors in a tapestry. Prudence without courage becomes mere hesitation. Courage without prudence becomes recklessness. Justice without temperance can become rigid. Temperance without justice might enable harm. You find yourself navigating not just four separate virtues, but their countless combinations and tensions. Perhaps most surprisingly, pursuing virtue reveals how much it depends on recognizing your own imperfection. The person who claims to have mastered prudence reveals their foolishness. The one who boasts of their justice often displays bias. Those who claim fearlessness haven't truly faced danger. Those who judge others' moderation often hide their own excesses. Virtue seems to require what the Greeks called sophrosyne, a kind of ethical humility that knows itself and its limitations. As you rest in this contemplation, the ancient crossroads begins to feel less like a choice between different paths and more like a single journey with multiple dimensions. You don't master virtue once and finish. You keep walking these roads, discovering new aspects of wisdom, justice, courage, and moderation with each season of your life. The cardinal virtues become less like destinations and more like companions, guides who help you navigate while reminding you that the navigation itself is the point. Tonight, as your mind settles towards sleep, you might find a strange comfort in this uncertainty. The four cardinal virtues don't offer you a perfect map for living. They offer you better questions to ask along the way. It's not about becoming perfectly virtuous. It's about remaining curious about what virtue might mean. Cognitive reframing. You're standing at the edge of a familiar argument with someone you care about, feeling that familiar surge of frustration rising in your chest. The words they just spoke seem so unreasonable, so clearly wrong, that your mind immediately begins constructing the perfect response to prove your point. But then something strange happens, a tiny shift in perspective, like adjusting the focus on a camera lens, and suddenly you see their words differently. What if the very thoughts that feel most solid, most obviously true, are actually the most flexible things you possess? Here lies one of the most liberating paradoxes of human consciousness. The thoughts that feel most real and unchangeable are often the ones most ready to transform. Cognitive reframing suggests that our interpretations of events, not the events themselves, create our emotional reality. Yet this seems impossible when you're in the grip of a powerful thought or feeling that appears to be an undeniable truth about the world. On one hand, your thoughts about what's happening feel like direct reports from reality itself. When someone cuts you off in traffic, the thought they're being inconsiderate doesn't feel like an interpretation, it feels like an obvious fact. When you don't receive a text back quickly, the worry that maybe they're upset with me seems like reasonable concern based on evidence. These thoughts arrive with such immediacy and conviction that questioning them feels almost absurd. On the other hand, the Stoics understood something profound about the nature of these mental events. They recognized that between any external circumstance and your emotional response lies a space, a moment of interpretation where you unconsciously choose how to frame what's happening. Marcus Aurelius wrote about this gap constantly, reminding himself that you have power over your mind, not outside events. This isn't about positive thinking or denial. It's about recognizing that your initial interpretation might not be the only valid one. Consider how differently you might experience the same delayed text message depending on your mental frame. Through one lens, it becomes evidence of rejection or conflict. Through another, it might simply mean the other person is busy, or their phone died, or they want to craft a thoughtful response. The external fact, the absence of an immediate reply, remains identical. Only the story you tell about it changes. And yet this shift in story can completely transform your emotional state. The ancient Stoics practiced this reframing as a daily discipline, not because they wanted to become emotionally numb, but because they recognized how much unnecessary suffering comes from treating their first interpretation as gospel truth. Epictetus taught his students to catch themselves in the moment between perception and reaction, asking, "Is this the only way to see what just happened?" This question doesn't invalidate your initial response. It simply opens space for other possibilities to breathe. What makes this practice so powerful is how it reveals the creative nature of your everyday thinking. You're constantly writing stories about what events mean, what other people's behaviors indicate, and what your experiences say about you or your future. Most of the time, this storytelling happens so automatically that you don't notice you're doing it. Cognitive reframing makes this usually invisible process conscious and deliberate. Think about how you interpret your own mistakes or failures. One frame might cast them as evidence of your inadequacy, proof that you don't have what it takes to succeed. Another frame might see them as information, as natural parts of learning, as signs that you're taking risks and growing. The facts of what happened don't change. You still made the error, still didn't get the outcome you wanted. But the meaning you assign to those facts creates entirely different emotional experiences and future possibilities. This isn't about forcing yourself to see everything positively or pretending that genuine problems don't exist. Some situations truly are difficult, some losses genuinely painful, some challenges legitimately overwhelming. The Stoic approach to reframing isn't about denial, it's about distinguishing between the inherent difficulty of a situation and the additional suffering you might be adding through harsh or hopeless interpretations. When you lose a job, for instance, the practical challenges are real. Financial worry, the need to search for new work, the disruption to your routine and identity. But layered on top of these genuine difficulties might be stories about what the loss means, that you're a failure, that good opportunities never come your way, that your career is over. Cognitive reframing helps you separate the actual problems you need to solve from the additional burden of these interpretative stories. The deepest Stoic insight about reframing is that it reveals how much agency you actually have in your emotional life. So much of the time, feelings seem to happen to you, anger arises, sadness descends, anxiety grips you. But when you begin to notice the thoughts and interpretations that feed these emotions, you discover points of choice you never knew existed. You realize that between the trigger and your response lies a space where wisdom can operate. This space isn't always easy to access. When you're in the middle of strong emotions, when threats feel immediate, when old patterns of thinking have deep grooves in your mind, reframing can feel impossible. But like any skill, it grows stronger with gentle practice. You begin by noticing your interpretations after the fact, simply becoming aware of the stories you told yourself. Then, gradually, you might catch yourself in the middle of a familiar mental pattern. Eventually, you might even pause before reacting, asking yourself what other ways there might be to understand what's happening. The wonder of cognitive reframing is how it transforms your relationship with your own thinking. Instead of being at the mercy of whatever interpretation first arises, you become curious about the range of possible meanings any event might hold. You develop what the Stoics called the view from above, the ability to step back and see your thoughts as one perspective among many, rather than as the single, unquestionable truth about reality. This shift brings a profound kind of freedom, not the freedom to control external events that remains largely beyond your influence, but the freedom to choose how you relate to whatever happens. It's the recognition that while you can't always control what occurs in your life, you retain significant power over what it means to you. And sometimes, that shift in meaning changes everything else. Voluntary discomfort. Imagine yourself watching someone choose to stand in the cold rain when they could easily step inside a warm building. You see them close their eyes, breathe deeply, and somehow appear more peaceful as the water soaks through their clothes. Something about this scene puzzles you. Here is a person deliberately embracing what most would flee from, and they seem to be finding something valuable in that very choice. Why would anyone willingly seek out discomfort when comfort is so readily available? What wisdom lies hidden in the deliberate embrace of what we naturally avoid? At first glance, voluntary discomfort seems to contradict everything we know about human nature. We're wired to seek pleasure and avoid pain, to move toward warmth and away from cold, to choose the easy path over the difficult one. Yet here stands an ancient practice that suggests the opposite, that by choosing discomfort, we somehow become more comfortable with ourselves. The paradox deepens when you consider that this isn't about masochism or punishment. It's about discovering a different kind of strength, one that emerges not from having everything we want, but from realizing how little we actually need. On one hand, comfort seems like the natural goal of any sensible life. You work hard to create a safe, pleasant environment. You seek relationships that bring joy, careers that feel fulfilling, homes that shelter you from life's storms. There's genuine wisdom in this. Comfort allows you to rest, to heal, to gather energy for the challenges ahead. On the other hand, constant comfort can become its own kind of prison. When you're always avoiding discomfort, you begin to fear it more intensely. The gap between what you have and what you think you need starts to feel unbridgeable. Small inconveniences become major disruptions because your tolerance for anything unpleasant has gradually weakened. You might notice this in small moments throughout your day. The frustration when your coffee isn't quite the right temperature. The anxiety when your phone battery drops below 50%. The way a slightly uncomfortable chair can dominate your attention during an otherwise pleasant conversation. These reactions reveal how narrow your comfort zone has become. But what happens when you deliberately step outside that zone? When you choose the stairs instead of the elevator, take a cold shower instead of a warm one, or sit with hunger for a few extra hours before eating, something unexpected begins to unfold. You discover that discomfort, when chosen rather than imposed, transforms into something else entirely. It becomes a teacher rather than an enemy. Each moment of voluntary difficulty shows you that you're more resilient than you believed. The boundary between what you can and cannot handle starts to shift. This isn't about becoming invulnerable or emotionless. It's about expanding your relationship with the full spectrum of human experience. When you're no longer afraid of being uncomfortable, you're no longer controlled by that fear. Decisions become clearer because they're not filtered through the desperate need to avoid all unpleasantness. The ancient Stoics understood this deeply. They practiced voluntary discomfort not because they enjoyed suffering, but because they recognized how much freedom lay on the other side of their fears. By occasionally sleeping on the floor, eating simple foods, or walking in harsh weather, they were rehearsing for life's inevitable challenges. But perhaps more importantly, they were discovering what the Roman philosopher Seneca called the poverty of abundance. The way that having too much can make you feel like you have too little. When you voluntarily simplify, when you choose less instead of more, you often find that enough has been there all along. This practice reveals something profound about the nature of satisfaction itself. You begin to notice that the pleasure of putting on warm clothes is infinitely greater after being cold than it would be if you had never been uncomfortable at all. The relief of sitting down becomes exquisite after standing for hours. Even a simple glass of water transforms into something precious after genuine thirst. Voluntary discomfort teaches you that many of your needs are actually preferences in disguise. The difference is crucial. Needs feel urgent, desperate, impossible to ignore. Preferences feel like choices. When you realize that much of what you thought you needed was actually just something you preferred, your relationship with the world becomes lighter. You start to see comfort and discomfort not as opposites to be chosen between, but as complementary aspects of a fuller life. Like the rhythm of breathing in and breathing out, each gives meaning to the other. Without some contrast, without the experience of lacking, having becomes invisible. This doesn't mean you should reject all comfort or seek out suffering for its own sake. It means developing a more nuanced relationship with both. You begin to appreciate comfort more deeply precisely because you're not desperately clinging to it. You can enjoy luxury without being dependent on it. There's a profound freedom in knowing that you can be okay even when things aren't perfect. When you've practiced being uncomfortable, life's inevitable discomforts become less threatening. The traffic jam, the delayed flight, the broken appliance. None of these can disturb your peace as easily because you've already proven to yourself that you can handle much worse. Perhaps most surprisingly, you might find that some of your most memorable and meaningful experiences emerge from moments of chosen difficulty. The challenging hike that rewards you with an incredible view. The creative project that pushes you beyond your current abilities. The conversation that requires you to be vulnerable in ways that feel uncomfortable but ultimately connect you more deeply with another person. Voluntary discomfort becomes a practice of remembering who you are beneath all your accumulated preferences and habits. When you strip away the layers of convenience and comfort, what remains is often stronger and more authentic than what you started with. You rediscover capacities that were always there, but had been hidden by the softness of an unchallenged life. As you settle into this perspective, you realize that the goal was never to become someone who enjoys discomfort for its own sake. The goal was to become someone who isn't afraid of it, someone who can move through life with the confidence that comes from knowing you can handle whatever comes your way. It's not about solving the paradox of why discomfort can lead to comfort. It's about noticing how embracing both sides of experience creates a kind of wholeness that neither comfort nor discomfort alone could provide. Sympatheia. Imagine you're walking through a forest after a gentle rain, watching how a single drop of water on one leaf somehow causes another leaf, 20 feet away, to tremble and release its own droplet. There's no visible connection between them, no thread you can trace with your eyes. Yet the movement ripples through the canopy like a whispered secret, passing from tree to tree. The ancient Stoics had a word for this invisible web that connects all things: sympatheia. You witness it everywhere once you begin to look. Your mood shifts when you enter a room where someone has been crying, even if you know nothing of their sorrow. A flock of birds wheels and turns as one, as if sharing a single mind. But here's what makes Sympatheia so mysterious. How can things be both completely separate and utterly connected at the same time? This is the beautiful paradox that the Stoic philosophers wrapped their minds around over 2,000 years ago. They propose that everything in the universe is woven together in an intricate web of mutual influence and shared destiny. Every grain of sand, every human heart, every distant star participates in one vast, breathing organism. Yet we experience ourselves as isolated islands of consciousness, making our own choices, living our own lives. The word sympatheia comes from the Greek meaning feeling together or shared experience. Marcus Aurelius wrote about it in his Meditations, describing the universe as a single living creature with one substance and one soul. He saw the cosmos not as a collection of separate objects bumping into each other, but as one magnificent whole where every part affects every other part, like organs in a body. On one hand, this seems to contradict everything your senses tell you about reality. You feel distinct from the chair you're sitting in, separate from the person sleeping next to you, completely independent from the stranger walking down a street halfway across the world. Your thoughts feel private, your choices feel personal, your life feels uniquely yours. On the other hand, science keeps revealing connections that the ancient Stoics could only intuit. Quantum entanglement shows us particles that somehow know about each other's states across vast distances. Ecological studies reveal how the migration patterns of whales can affect the growth of forests. Neuroscience discovers mirror neurons that fire when you simply observe someone else's actions, as if your brain is living their experience alongside them. You begin to notice sympatheia in the small moments of your daily life. When you yawn and trigger a chain reaction of yawns across a room full of strangers. When you feel inexplicably restless on a day when everyone around you seems agitated, only to learn later that there was a significant news event that affected the collective mood. When you think of an old friend moments before they call you, as if your minds briefly touched across time and space. The Stoics believed this interconnectedness wasn't just poetic metaphor, but literal truth. They taught that understanding sympatheia could transform how you move through the world. If everything is connected, then your actions ripple out in ways you can't fully comprehend. Your kindness to one person creates waves that might eventually touch hundreds of lives. Your inner peace contributes to the peace of the whole. This perspective can feel overwhelming at first. If you're truly connected to everything, doesn't that mean you're responsible for everything? But the Stoics offered a gentler interpretation. Sympatheia doesn't mean you can control all the connections. It means you can trust them. Like a drop of water in a flowing river. You don't have to understand the entire watershed to participate beautifully in its movement. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on how human beings are naturally designed to work together, like feet and hands and eyes. He wrote that we were born to collaborate, and that acting against our shared nature is like fighting against our own limbs. When you help another person, you're not being selflessly altruistic. You're caring for another part of yourself. This ancient wisdom speaks to something deep in the human experience that often goes unspoken. You felt it in moments when a stranger's smile lifted your spirits for no logical reason. You've sensed it when you walked into a place and immediately felt either welcomed or unsettled by some invisible atmosphere. You've experienced it in those uncanny coincidences that feel too meaningful to be random chance. The beauty of sympatheia lies not in proving or disproving its existence, but in holding it gently as a way of seeing. When you approach life with the assumption that everything is connected, you naturally become more careful with your words, more thoughtful in your actions, more attuned to the subtle currents of shared feeling that flow between all living things. Consider how this changes your relationship with suffering. If sympatheia is real, then the pain you feel when witnessing someone else's hardship isn't just empathy. It's a direct experience of the universe feeling its own wound. Your natural impulse to help, to heal, to comfort becomes not just a moral choice, but a cosmic instinct, like a body naturally sending healing energy to an injured limb. And what about joy? Through the lens of sympatheia, every moment of genuine happiness you experience becomes a gift to the whole web of existence. Your laughter literally brightens the world. Your peace ripples outward in ways you may never see but can trust are happening. Your contentment becomes a form of service. The Stoics taught that recognizing sympatheia can bring profound comfort during difficult times. When you feel isolated or insignificant, you can remember that you're woven into something vast and meaningful. Your struggles matter because they're part of the universe's own process of growth and self-discovery. Your healing contributes to the healing of the whole. As you settle into sleep tonight, you might imagine yourself as both a single note and the entire symphony. You're one droplet of water and the entire ocean. You're one breath and the breathing itself. The boundaries between self and cosmos begin to soften, not in a way that erases your individuality, but in a way that reveals how your uniqueness participates in something infinitely larger. Perhaps sympatheia isn't something to understand intellectually, but something to feel into gradually, like slowly lowering yourself into warm water. It's not about solving the mystery of how everything connects. It's about learning to notice the connections that were always there, waiting patiently for your attention. Mindful detachment. Imagine you're holding a delicate bird in your cupped hands. You can feel its tiny heart beating against your palms, its warmth spreading through your fingers. You know that to truly care for this creature, you must open your hands and let it go. Yet every fiber of your being wants to keep it close, to protect it, to possess this moment of connection forever. This gentle tension between caring deeply and letting go freely reveals one of the most profound paradoxes of human existence. How do we love without clinging? How do we care without controlling? The ancient Stoics understood that our deepest attachments often become our greatest sources of suffering. They recognized that the very things we hold most tightly are the ones that slip through our fingers like water. Yet they didn't advocate for coldness or indifference. Instead, they pointed toward something far more nuanced and beautiful, the practice of mindful detachment. This seems contradictory at first glance. How can we be both mindful, which implies attention and presence, and detached, which suggests distance and separation? The paradox deepens when we realize that true love might actually require letting go. On one hand, you experience the world through your attachments, your relationships, your goals, your possessions, your ideas about yourself. These connections give meaning to your days and shape your identity. They provide comfort, purpose, and a sense of belonging in an uncertain world. When you love someone deeply, when you're passionate about your work, when you feel connected to your community, you're fully alive and engaged. On the other hand, these same attachments become sources of anxiety and pain. You worry about losing what you have. You suffer when things don't go according to your expectations. You find yourself grasping desperately at experiences that are naturally flowing and changing. The tighter you hold, the more you suffer when circumstances shift, as they inevitably must. Consider your relationship with your own thoughts and emotions. You might notice that the feelings you try hardest to suppress often persist the longest. The anxious thought you push away returns with greater intensity. The sadness you resist becomes a weight that follows you through your days. Yet, when you observe these inner experiences with gentle attention, neither pushing them away nor drowning in them, something shifts. They begin to move through you like weather through the sky. This is where mindful detachment reveals its wisdom. You can be fully present with your experiences without being enslaved by them. You can care deeply without being consumed by worry. You can love completely while holding everything lightly. Think about a master gardener tending to her plants. She waters them carefully, provides nutrients, protects them from harsh elements. Her attention is complete, her care genuine and devoted. Yet she doesn't try to force the roses to bloom in winter or demand that the oak tree grow faster than its nature allows. She works with the natural rhythms and cycles, accepting what she cannot control while lovingly tending to what she can influence. The gardener understands something profound about the relationship between effort and surrender. She knows that her plants are not truly hers to possess, but rather living beings she's privileged to nurture for a time. This perspective doesn't diminish her care. If anything, it makes her attention more pure, less clouded by ego and expectation. You might discover this same quality of care in your own life. When you hold your relationships lightly, you create space for others to be themselves rather than extensions of your needs. When you pursue your goals with non-attachment to specific outcomes, you can pour your energy into the process without being crushed by setbacks. You begin to taste a different kind of freedom. This freedom doesn't mean becoming passive or uncaring. The Stoics weren't advocating for emotional numbness. They were pointing toward a way of being that's both deeply engaged and fundamentally free. You care because caring is your nature, not because you need specific results to feel okay about yourself. Imagine standing beside a flowing river. You can appreciate its beauty, feel gratitude for its life-giving properties, even cup some water in your hands to drink. But you don't try to stop the river from flowing or redirect its course to suit your preferences. You work with its nature, receive its gifts, and let it continue on its ancient path. This river becomes a mirror for how you might relate to all the flowing experiences of your life. Your thoughts, emotions, relationships, and circumstances are always in motion. When you try to freeze them in place, you create turbulence and suffering. When you flow with them mindfully, staying present but not grasping, you find a deeper kind of peace. The practice of mindful detachment gradually teaches you to distinguish between what you can influence and what you cannot control. You begin to see that your happiness doesn't depend on arranging external circumstances to match your preferences. Instead, it emerges from your capacity to respond wisely to whatever arises. You start to notice the difference between preference and attachment. You can prefer that your loved ones are healthy and safe, while accepting that you cannot protect them from all of life's uncertainties. You can work diligently toward your goals while remaining open to unexpected paths and outcomes. You can have opinions without needing everyone to agree with you. This shift in perspective is like removing a pair of tinted glasses you didn't know you were wearing. Colors become more vivid, details more clear. You see your life as it actually is rather than through the filter of how you think it should be. This clearer vision allows you to respond more skillfully to whatever situations arise. The ancient Stoics spoke of this clarity as a form of inner citizenship. You become a citizen of the present moment rather than an exile dreaming of different circumstances. You find your home not in having everything go your way, but in your capacity to meet whatever comes with wisdom and grace. As you settle into this understanding, you might feel a gentle unwinding in your chest, a softening around your heart. The desperate quality of wanting begins to transform into appreciative receiving. You realize you don't need to clutch at life so tightly. You can trust the process enough to participate fully while holding the outcome lightly. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, you don't need to solve the paradox of mindful detachment. You don't need to master this ancient wisdom before morning comes. It's enough to simply notice the places where you've been holding too tightly, to breathe a little space around your attachments. Perhaps the greatest freedom comes not from having everything you want, but from wanting nothing more than what this moment offers. The responsibility assumption. Imagine you're walking through a hospital corridor at midnight, watching exhausted doctors make decision after decision that will ripple through countless lives. Each choice carries weight that extends far beyond the immediate moment. You notice how they carry themselves, some with quiet confidence, others with visible tension in their shoulders, all of them bearing something invisible yet profound. What if the very assumption of responsibility, the thing we think gives our lives meaning, is also what creates our deepest suffering? The responsibility assumption presents us with a curious paradox. The more seriously we take our role as conscious agents in the world, the heavier our existence becomes. Yet without this assumption, life seems to lose its very foundation. We simultaneously need to believe we're responsible for our choices, while recognizing that this belief can become a prison of endless self-judgment and anxious control. It's the strange dance between owning our lives completely and letting go of the illusion that we're in charge of outcomes. On one hand, taking responsibility feels like the cornerstone of maturity and ethical living. You make decisions, you face consequences, you learn and grow through the feedback loop of action and result. This assumption gives weight to your choices and meaning to your struggles. When you succeed, there's genuine satisfaction in knowing you contributed to that success. When you fail, there's dignity in acknowledging your role rather than blaming external forces. On the other hand, this same assumption can become a relentless burden. You find yourself lying awake at 3 in the morning, replaying conversations and wondering if you said the right thing. You carry guilt for outcomes that were influenced by hundreds of factors beyond your control. The assumption of responsibility expands until you're somehow accountable for your family's happiness, your team's performance, even the mood of strangers you encounter. What began as healthy ownership transforms into an impossible weight. Consider the parent watching their adult child make choices they disagree with. Years of nurturing have created a deep sense of responsibility for this person's well-being, yet the reality is clear. You cannot live another person's life for them. The assumption tells you that you should have done something differently, that their struggles reflect your failures. But wisdom whispers that love sometimes means accepting your limits, that responsibility has boundaries that honor both your efforts and another's autonomy. Think about the leader of a struggling organization. Every decision feels magnified, every outcome a reflection of personal competence or failure. The weight of others' livelihoods sits heavy on your shoulders. Yet markets shift, economies fluctuate, and countless variables dance beyond any individual's influence. The responsibility assumption demands that you own every result, while reality insists that control is largely an illusion. You're simultaneously crucial and insignificant, powerful and powerless. The deepest layer of this paradox touches something fundamental about conscious existence itself. Consciousness seems to create the experience of being a separate self who makes choices, and with this experience comes the automatic assumption that you're responsible for what follows. It's as if awareness itself generates the sense of being the author of your thoughts, the director of your actions, the architect of your life. Yet when you look closely at the mechanism of choice, the picture becomes mysteriously unclear. Thoughts arise without your permission. Emotions emerge from depths you don't control. Even your values and preferences were shaped by forces, genetics, culture, experience, that preceded your conscious involvement. You feel responsible for choices that emerge from a process you don't fully understand or direct. It's like being credited as the composer of a symphony you're actually hearing for the first time as you play it. This doesn't diminish the reality that your responses matter. When kindness flows through you, it creates genuine warmth in the world. When you act with courage, real change becomes possible. The paradox isn't that responsibility is meaningless. It's that the felt sense of being personally responsible might be both necessary and false, both burden and blessing, both trap and liberation. Perhaps the resolution lies not in solving this paradox, but in learning to dance with it more gracefully. You can act with full commitment while holding your sense of control lightly. You can own your choices without carrying the weight of all outcomes. You can be serious about your responses without taking yourself so seriously that every mistake becomes a crisis of identity. The Stoics understood something profound about this balance. They taught that you're responsible for your responses, but not for results, responsible for your efforts, but not for outcomes, responsible for your character, but not for how others receive your actions. This creates a strange freedom, the freedom to care deeply while releasing desperate attachment to specific results. In this space, responsibility transforms from a burden into something closer to art. You learn to respond with care without the crushing pressure of guaranteed success. You discover that you can be deeply committed to positive action while accepting that life is largely beyond your control. The assumption softens into something more workable. Perhaps you're responsible for showing up authentically rather than for orchestrating particular outcomes. As you settle into this understanding tonight, notice how it feels to imagine responsibility as a practice rather than a weight. You're responsible for bringing your best to each moment, not for ensuring that your best produces perfect results. You're responsible for learning from experience, not for never making mistakes. You're responsible for caring, not for controlling what you care about. It's not about solving the paradox of responsibility. It's about noticing how life flows more easily when you stop fighting with its fundamental mystery. Impression versus assent. Imagine you're walking through a busy marketplace on a warm afternoon. A stranger approaches you with an urgent expression, claiming they recognize you from somewhere important. Your mind instantly begins to race with possibilities. Perhaps they're right. Perhaps they're mistaken. Perhaps there's danger. Perhaps there's opportunity. In that moment, between their words reaching your ears and your decision about what to believe, something profound occurs that the ancient Stoics understood with remarkable clarity. What if the difference between peace and turmoil, wisdom and folly, lies not in what happens to you, but in this razor-thin moment of choice that most people never even notice? The Stoics discovered something remarkable about the human mind. There's a fundamental difference between receiving an impression and giving it your assent. An impression is automatic. It arrives uninvited like a knock at your door. Assent, however, is entirely voluntary. It's your conscious choice to open that door and invite the visitor inside. This distinction seems simple enough, yet it contains one of the most liberating paradoxes in all of philosophy. You are simultaneously powerless over what your mind presents to you and completely powerful over what you choose to accept. Every moment of your waking life, impressions flood your consciousness like waves against a shore. Someone cuts you off in traffic, and immediately the impression arises: they disrespected me. Your phone buzzes with a delayed response from a friend, and another impression appears: they must be angry with me. You glance in a mirror and notice a new line on your face: I'm getting old and losing my appeal. These impressions arrive with such speed and seeming authority that most people never realize they have a choice in the matter. But here's where the Stoic insight becomes revolutionary. Between the impression and your emotional response lies a moment of freedom so brief, yet so powerful, that mastering it can transform your entire experience of being human. The impression they disrespected me is just that: an impression, a mental event, no more inherently true than a cloud is inherently permanent. You can observe it, acknowledge it, and then choose whether or not to agree with it. Consider how this works in your own experience. When you're well rested and content, you might receive an impression that your colleague's curt email means they're having a difficult day. When you're stressed and vulnerable, the same email might create the impression that they're deliberately undermining you. The external facts haven't changed. Only your internal state has shifted, revealing how impressions are colored by factors completely unrelated to truth. The ancient Stoics understood that impressions often masquerade as facts, arriving with an urgency that demands immediate belief. They whisper, "This is terrible. You're in danger. You're not good enough. This will ruin everything." But impressions, no matter how vivid or insistent, are simply the mind's initial interpretation of events. They're rough drafts, not final verdicts. This is where the profound freedom of assent reveals itself. You can receive the impression that a setback at work means you're a failure, and simply observe that impression without embracing it. You can notice the thought, "I'll never find love," arising after a disappointing date, and recognize it as one possible interpretation among many. You begin to see that your mind is constantly offering you stories about reality, but you are the editor who decides which stories make it into your final draft of experience. The practice becomes a kind of gentle investigation. When a strong impression arises, you might pause and ask, "Is this necessarily true? Could there be other explanations? What assumptions am I making?" This isn't about positive thinking or denial. It's about recognizing that first impressions, no matter how convincing, are often incomplete or distorted versions of reality. What emerges from this practice is a profound shift in how you relate to your own thoughts and emotions. Instead of being at the mercy of every mental event, you begin to develop what the Stoics called the discipline of assent, a spacious awareness that can hold impressions lightly, examining them with kindness, but without automatic agreement. This distinction between impression and assent reveals something beautiful about human consciousness. You are not your thoughts any more than you are the weather outside your window. Thoughts arise and pass away like clouds across the sky of awareness. Some are accurate, some are distorted, some are helpful, some are harmful. But they are all temporary visitors in the space of your mind, and you have the dignity of choice in how you respond to them. The paradox deepens when you realize that the less you struggle against unwanted impressions, the less power they have over you. When you try to suppress the impression, "I'm not good enough," it often intensifies and multiplies. But when you observe it with calm curiosity, "Ah, there's that familiar impression again," it often dissolves on its own, like a wave that breaks and retreats into the ocean. This practice extends far beyond managing negative thoughts. It applies to positive impressions as well. Those moments when your mind insists that external things will bring lasting happiness. The impression might arise that acquiring a certain possession, achieving a particular status, or winning someone's approval will complete you. Here, too, you can pause and examine. Is this necessarily true? From where does this impression arise? In relationships, this distinction becomes especially profound. When someone criticizes you, the immediate impression might be that they're right and you should feel ashamed, or that they're wrong and you should feel angry. But both impressions are simply initial reactions. Upon reflection, you might find that their criticism contains useful feedback without being a complete indictment of your worth. Or you might recognize that their words say more about their own pain than about your character. The Stoics discovered that true freedom isn't the ability to control what happens to you. That's a form of freedom no one possesses. True freedom is the ability to choose your response to what happens to you. And this freedom lives precisely in the space between impression and assent, in that brief moment when you can pause and ask, "What do I choose to believe about this situation?" As you settle into sleep tonight, you might notice impressions arising about the day just past or the day to come. Perhaps there's an impression that you didn't accomplish enough, or worry about challenges ahead, or satisfaction about something that went well. You can observe these impressions like gentle visitors, acknowledging their presence without necessarily inviting them to stay for dinner. This isn't about achieving some impossible state where impressions no longer arise. That would be like trying to stop the ocean from producing waves. It's about developing a different relationship with the inevitable movements of your mind, recognizing that you have more choice than you might have imagined in what you accept as true about yourself and your life. The freedom has been there all along, waiting quietly in the space between what appears in your awareness and what you choose to believe about it. Or kiosis. Imagine you're holding a newborn baby for the first time. Your arms instinctively tighten around this tiny being, and something ancient awakens within you, a fierce protectiveness that feels both completely natural and mysteriously profound. You didn't choose this feeling. It simply emerged, as if your very nature expanded to include another soul within its boundaries. Yet here's what puzzles the mind. How does the heart know where you end and not you begins? The Stoics called this mysterious force or kiosis, the paradoxical process by which we naturally extend our sense of self to embrace others, moving from the smallest circle of self-concern to ever-widening rings of care. What makes this so strange is that it suggests our deepest nature isn't actually selfish at all, but rather contains an inherent drive toward connection that grows stronger the more we understand it. How can caring for ourselves lead us to care for everyone else? You might think of your life as a series of concentric circles drawn in the sand. At the very center stands you, your body, your immediate needs, your survival instincts. This feels like the most natural thing in the world. Of course you care about yourself first. Your hand pulls back from fire without thought, your stomach growls and you seek food. Your heart beats steadily in service of your own life. But then you notice something curious happening as you move through the world. The circle begins to expand, almost of its own accord. Your family occupies the next ring, parents, children, siblings, and their pain becomes your pain in ways that logic cannot fully explain. You lose sleep when your child is sick, feel genuine joy at your mother's laughter, experience your partner's struggles as if they were carved from your own heart. On one hand, this expansion seems to contradict everything you thought you knew about human nature. Aren't we supposed to be fundamentally self-interested, looking out for ourselves above all else? Yet on the other hand, you recognize this growing circle as something deeply authentic, perhaps more true to your nature than the narrow boundaries of pure self-concern. Why does caring for others feel so much like coming home to yourself? The mystery deepens when you realize this isn't where the expansion stops. Your circle of concern naturally reaches out to include friends, then neighbors, then your community. You find yourself genuinely troubled by injustice happening to strangers, moved by the suffering of people you'll never meet. The homeless person on the corner begins to matter in ways that surprise you. The distant news of natural disasters touches something real in your chest. What the Stoics understood is that this isn't learned behavior. It's the unfolding of human nature itself. Like a flower naturally turning toward sunlight, consciousness naturally expands toward greater connection. You don't have to force yourself to care about your child's well-being. The caring emerges from the same source as your breath. The paradox is that taking care of yourself includes taking care of others, not as an obligation, but as an expression of who you really are. Consider how this plays out in the smallest moments of daily life. You're walking through the grocery store, focused on your own list, your own needs. Then you see an elderly person struggling to reach something on a high shelf. Without thinking, you step forward to help. In that moment, where exactly are the boundaries of you? Your action feels entirely natural, as if helping them is simply an extension of helping yourself navigate the world. This is where orchiosis reveals its deepest wisdom. The self that includes others is actually more complete than the self that stands alone. When you help that person reach the item on the shelf, you're not diminishing yourself or sacrificing your interests. You're expressing your fullest nature. The circle of care doesn't weaken as it expands. It grows stronger, more resilient, more deeply rooted in the truth of interconnection. Yet there's something even more mysterious at work here. The Stoics noticed that this expansion of care doesn't happen randomly. It follows a natural progression from near to far, from known to unknown. You don't typically feel the same immediate concern for a stranger's headache as you do for your child's fever. But the capacity for that care exists within you, waiting to be awakened through understanding and practice. Think of it like learning to see in dim light. At first, only the objects closest to you are visible. But as your eyes adjust, the circle of visibility naturally expands, revealing more and more of what was always there. Orchiosis is the adjustment of the heart's vision, not forcing yourself to care, but removing the obstacles that prevent you from recognizing how much you already do. The ancient philosophers realized that this expansion isn't sentimental wishful thinking. It's based on a profound recognition of reality. When you truly examine your life, the boundaries between self and other begin to reveal themselves as somewhat arbitrary. The air you breathe was exhaled by countless others. The thoughts you think were shaped by every person who ever touched your life. The very words you speak to yourself are borrowed from the community that raised you. Where exactly do you begin and the rest of the world end? The question isn't meant to dissolve all boundaries, but to help you see that the boundaries you've drawn are much more flexible than they first appeared. Your well-being and the well-being of others aren't in competition. They're aspects of the same deeper harmony. This understanding brings a peculiar kind of peace. Instead of constantly defending a small, isolated self against a threatening world, you begin to experience yourself as part of something larger and more sustainable. The stranger's kindness reflects your capacity for kindness. The friend's joy amplifies your own ability to feel joy. Even the difficult person's struggles mirror challenges you've faced or might someday face. As you settle into this expanded sense of self, something remarkable happens to the quality of your daily experience. Problems that once felt overwhelming begin to feel more manageable, not because they've gotten smaller, but because the you that faces them has grown larger. You have more resources to draw upon, not just your own strength, but the strength of every connection you've allowed yourself to feel. The Stoics saw this as the natural destination of human development, a person so secure in their expanded identity that serving the common good feels as natural as breathing, not because they've deleted their individual needs, but because they've discovered that their deepest individual need is to be connected, to belong, to contribute to something beyond the narrow boundaries of isolated selfhood. Tonight, as you prepare for rest, you might sense this ancient process continuing to work within you. The love you feel for those closest to you isn't separate from your love for yourself. It's the same love, recognized in its fuller expression. It's not about solving the mystery of where you end and others begin. It's about noticing how the boundaries have always been more porous, more alive, more generous than you imagined. Stoic cosmopolitanism. Imagine you're standing in a crowded city square at dusk, watching thousands of strangers hurry past in every direction. Each person carries their own world of worries, dreams, and daily struggles, speaking different languages, wearing different expressions, pursuing different destinations. You feel simultaneously invisible among them and deeply connected to something larger than yourself. Here's the gentle paradox that emerges. How can you belong everywhere and nowhere at once? The ancient Stoics spoke of cosmopolitanism, the idea that every human being is a citizen of the cosmos itself, bound by invisible threads to all other rational beings. This creates a beautiful contradiction. The more deeply you understand your place as a citizen of the world, the less any single place can contain you. You become both homeless and eternally at home. On one hand, you were born into specific circumstances, a particular family, culture, nation, and set of traditions that shaped your earliest understanding of what it means to belong. These local attachments feel real and meaningful. They're the soil in which your identity first took root. On the other hand, the Stoic vision suggests that your truest citizenship lies not in any bounded territory, but in the vast community of rational, thinking beings scattered across time and space. Consider what happens when you meet someone from a completely different background. Initially, you might focus on the differences. They speak differently, dress differently, hold different beliefs about what matters most in life. But then a moment arrives. Perhaps they laugh at something you find funny, or you notice them showing kindness to a stranger, and suddenly you recognize something unmistakably familiar. In that instant, the boundaries that seemed so solid begin to dissolve. This recognition points toward what the Stoics called the fundamental kinship of all rational beings. Marcus Aurelius wrote about waking each morning and reminding himself that he would encounter difficult people, but that these same people shared his capacity for reason and moral choice. The paradox deepens. The more clearly you see what makes humans universally human, the more compassion you develop for their particular struggles and limitations. You might wonder how this cosmic citizenship actually works in practice. After all, you still live in a specific place, speak a particular language, and feel special obligations to certain people over others. The Stoic answer is surprisingly practical. You honor your local duties precisely because you understand their place within the larger whole. A parent caring for their child, a citizen participating in their community, a friend offering support. These specific loyalties become expressions of universal love rather than barriers to it. Think of it like being part of a vast orchestra. Each musician plays their particular instrument in their specific section, following their individual part. Yet the beauty emerges not from any single performance, but from how each person's unique contribution harmonizes with the whole. Your local attachments and specific responsibilities become the instrument through which you participate in the larger symphony of human flourishing. The emotional dimension of this paradox reveals itself in quiet moments. You find yourself caring about people you'll never meet, feeling genuinely concerned about suffering in distant places, experiencing joy when you hear about acts of kindness performed by strangers. This expansion of care beyond personal boundaries doesn't diminish your love for those closest to you. Paradoxically, it often deepens it by revealing love itself as something larger than personal preference. Yet cosmopolitan citizenship also carries a certain loneliness. When your deepest allegiance is to humanity as a whole rather than to any particular group, you sometimes find yourself standing slightly outside every circle. You may love your country while clearly seeing its flaws, cherish your traditions while questioning their limitations, feel deep affection for your community while recognizing the partiality of its perspective. This outside-insider position becomes a source of both insight and isolation. You develop what might be called moral clarity, the ability to see situations from multiple perspectives, to recognize the humanity in people others dismiss, to hold your own opinions lightly enough that truth can enter. But this same clarity can make you feel like a translator between worlds that don't always want to understand each other. The Stoics suggested that this sense of displacement is actually a form of spiritual maturity. When you're no longer entirely captured by any single identity or group loyalty, you become available for a different kind of service. The patient work of building bridges, asking better questions, and holding space for conversations that might otherwise never happen. Your homelessness becomes a kind of home large enough for everyone. As you drift towards sleep tonight, consider how this paradox lives in your own experience. Notice the moments when your heart expands beyond the boundaries of personal concern, when you feel connected to the struggles and joys of people you've never met, when you find yourself hoping for peace in places you'll never visit, when you recognize your own face in the faces of strangers. Perhaps cosmopolitan citizenship isn't about solving the tension between local love and universal care. Perhaps it's about learning to rest comfortably within that tension, letting it teach you something about the strange and wonderful architecture of human belonging. The paradox pulses gently like a heartbeat. You are most truly yourself when you remember you are everyone, most deeply rooted when you acknowledge you are free. The Inner Citadel. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of a vast battlefield where armies clash and chaos reigns in every direction. The noise is overwhelming, the clash of metal, the cries of conflict, the thunder of uncertainty rolling across the landscape. Yet within your chest, you carry something that no external force can breach, a fortress of calm, a sanctuary that remains untouched by the storm. But here's what seems impossible to grasp. This citadel grows stronger not by building higher walls, but by opening its gates wider to what lies beyond. The ancient Stoics spoke of something they called the inner citadel, the unconquerable fortress of the human spirit that exists within each of us. This isn't a place you retreat to in order to hide from the world, but rather a space from which you engage with life more fully. The paradox is striking. The more you surrender control over external circumstances, the more powerful your inner sovereignty becomes. How can letting go of what you cannot control actually grant you the deepest form of control imaginable? On one hand, you might think that strength comes from resistance, from building walls thick enough to keep out pain, disappointment, and uncertainty. You construct elaborate defenses against the unpredictable nature of existence, believing that if you can just control enough variables, you'll finally feel safe. This approach seems logical. Protect what matters, fight for what you want, resist what threatens your peace. On the other hand, the Stoic understanding suggests something far more mysterious. The inner citadel isn't built from resistance, but from acceptance, not from controlling outcomes, but from mastering responses. You begin to see that your true power has never resided in your ability to manipulate external events, but in your capacity to choose how you meet whatever arises. The fortress walls aren't meant to keep the world out. They're meant to create a sacred space where wisdom can flourish regardless of external conditions. Consider what happens when you encounter a devastating loss, perhaps the end of a relationship that meant everything to you. Your first instinct might be to rage against the unfairness, to replay conversations in search of different outcomes, to exhaust yourself trying to change what has already unfolded. This is natural, human, completely understandable. Yet notice how this struggle against reality adds a second layer of suffering to an already painful situation. Now imagine approaching the same loss from within your inner citadel. The pain is still there. The Stoics weren't advocating for emotional numbness or indifference to genuine loss. But from this inner sanctuary, you can hold the pain without being consumed by it. You can acknowledge the grief while simultaneously recognizing that your essential self remains intact, that your capacity for love hasn't been diminished by loving someone you couldn't keep. The citadel doesn't protect you from feeling, it protects your ability to feel clearly. The practice of building this inner fortress requires a fundamental shift in how you understand your relationship with circumstances. You begin to see that events themselves are morally neutral, neither inherently good nor bad, but simply phenomena arising in the endless dance of existence. What transforms any situation into something beneficial or harmful is the meaning you assign to it, the story you tell yourself about what it signifies. This doesn't mean adopting a naive optimism that pretends suffering doesn't exist or that all outcomes are equally preferable. Rather, it means recognizing that your peace of mind doesn't depend on life unfolding according to your preferences. You can prefer health over sickness, success over failure, love over loneliness, while simultaneously holding these preferences lightly enough that your fundamental well-being isn't shattered when reality takes a different course. The inner citadel becomes most apparent in moments of external chaos. Picture yourself in a situation where everything seems to be falling apart. Perhaps you've lost your job, a relationship has ended, and health concerns have emerged all at once. From the perspective of circumstances, this might appear catastrophic. But from within your fortress of inner sovereignty, you begin to notice something remarkable. Your capacity to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively actually expands during challenging times. You discover that adversity can serve as a kind of spiritual gymnasium, strengthening qualities within you that might have remained dormant during easier periods. Patience deepens when tested by delay. Courage grows when faced with genuine fear. Compassion expands when you encounter your own vulnerability and recognize it reflected in others. The very experiences that seem to threaten your peace become the raw material for developing unshakable inner resources. This understanding reveals one of the most profound aspects of the inner citadel. It's not a static structure, but a living, breathing space that grows more spacious through engagement with life's challenges. Each time you choose wisdom over reactivity, acceptance over resistance, love over fear, you're not just responding to a particular situation, but actively constructing this inner sanctuary. The citadel is built one conscious choice at a time. The beauty of this approach lies in its complete availability, regardless of external circumstances. Whether you're wealthy or poor, healthy or sick, surrounded by love or facing loneliness, the inner citadel remains accessible. It doesn't depend on favorable conditions because its very nature transcends the realm of conditions altogether. This is perhaps why the Stoic philosophers could maintain their equanimity whether they were serving as emperors or facing execution. Their true source of strength existed beyond the reach of fortune's fluctuations. As you continue to explore this inner landscape, you might notice that the boundaries between yourself and the world begin to shift in unexpected ways. The citadel doesn't separate you from life, but reveals your deepest connection to it. When you're no longer desperately grasping for security in external arrangements, you become free to love more openly, to contribute more generously, to engage more authentically with whatever presents itself. This freedom carries its own profound responsibility. From within the inner citadel, you begin to see clearly how your responses to circumstances don't just affect you, but ripple outward into the lives of everyone around you. Your peace becomes a gift you offer to a troubled world. Your wisdom becomes a lighthouse for others navigating their own storms. Your love becomes a force for healing that extends far beyond the boundaries of your individual existence. The practice is ultimately about learning to distinguish between what Marcus Aurelius called what is up to you and what is not up to you. Most of life falls into the second category: the weather, other people's choices, the timing of opportunities, the inevitability of loss and change. But within the small realm of what is truly up to you, your responses, your values, your moment-by-moment choices about how to meet reality, lies infinite possibility for growth, contribution, and peace. As you rest into this understanding tonight, Let yourself feel the quiet strength of this inner sanctuary. It's not about building walls thick enough to block out the world's pain and beauty. It's about discovering the space within you that can hold whatever arises with wisdom and grace. It's not about solving the puzzle of existence, but about finding the peace that exists beyond the need for solutions. Self-ownership. Imagine you're standing in front of a mirror, but instead of seeing your reflection, you see a stranger looking back at you. This person has your face, your eyes, your scars and imperfections, but somehow feels foreign. You raise your hand, and they mirror the movement perfectly, yet you can't shake the feeling that you're looking at someone you've never truly met. Who is this person staring back at you? And if you don't fully know them, how can you claim to own them? The ancient Stoics believed deeply in self-ownership, the idea that you are the sovereign ruler of your own mind, your own choices, your own responses to the world. Yet here lies a beautiful paradox. The more you try to possess yourself completely, the more you discover how little of yourself you actually control. Your heartbeat, your dreams, your sudden flashes of memory, your instinctive reactions, these seem to happen to you rather than by you. On one hand, you wake up each morning with the profound sense that this body, this mind, these thoughts are unquestionably yours. You move through the world making decisions, forming opinions, choosing what to eat for breakfast or which path to take home. There's an undeniable intimacy in being yourself that no one else can access. On the other hand, you find yourself surprised by your own reactions, puzzled by your dreams, unable to control when you fall in love or when grief strikes you. You discover aspects of your personality you never knew existed, triggered by circumstances you never anticipated. Consider the moment when you try to fall asleep, but your mind races with thoughts you didn't invite. You want to rest, you choose to rest, you command yourself to rest, yet your consciousness rebels against your conscious will. In these quiet battles with yourself, you begin to wonder, if you truly owned your mind, wouldn't you have better control over it? If you are the master of your own house, why do uninvited thoughts keep wandering through the rooms? The Stoic philosopher Epictetus, who knew something about ownership, having been enslaved for much of his early life, taught that the only thing we truly own is our capacity to choose our response to what happens to us. Everything else, our bodies, our reputations, our relationships, even our thoughts as they arise, belongs to the realm of things we cannot fully control. This creates a strange kind of freedom. You own yourself most completely not by grasping everything about yourself, but by recognizing what lies beyond your grasp. You begin to notice that self-ownership isn't like owning an object you can hold in your hands and examine from every angle. It's more like being the captain of a ship you're still learning to navigate, sailing through waters you've never charted before. You can set the direction and adjust the sails, but you cannot control the wind or the waves. Your ownership lies not in controlling every aspect of the journey, but in how you respond to the unexpected storms and the sudden calms. There's something both humbling and liberating in this realization. When you stop trying to own every thought that passes through your mind, every emotion that wells up in your chest, every impulse that tugs at your attention, you discover a different kind of sovereignty. You own your response. You own your choice of where to place your attention. You own your decision of which thoughts to engage with and which to let drift by like clouds across the sky. This paradox deepens when you consider how much of who you are was shaped by forces completely outside your control. Your genetics, your early childhood experiences, the culture you were born into, the random encounters that shifted the trajectory of your life. None of these were your choice, yet they form the foundation of the self you now claim to own. You are simultaneously the author and the character in a story where many of the most important plot points were written before you learned to hold a pen. Perhaps self-ownership is less like possessing property and more like tending a garden. You don't own the weather, the soil, or the fundamental nature of the seeds you plant, but you can choose what to nurture and what to weed out. You can decide where to direct your attention, your effort, your care. The garden grows in ways that surprise you, develops characteristics you didn't plan, but your ownership lies in your ongoing relationship with it, not in your ability to control its every detail. The strangest part of this paradox is how the less you grasp at complete self-control, the more authentic ownership you actually experience. When you stop fighting the parts of yourself that feel foreign or uncontrollable, you create space for a different kind of self-relationship. You become both the observer and the observed, the ruler and the citizen of your own inner kingdom. You learn to govern not through force, but through understanding. In the quiet moments before sleep, when your conscious control begins to soften and fade, you might catch a glimpse of what true self-ownership looks like. It's not the rigid control of a dictator, but the flexible strength of someone who knows they belong to themselves, not because they can command every aspect of their being, but because they can choose their relationship with whatever arises. You own your response to your own mystery. This kind of ownership brings a profound peace. You stop fighting the parts of yourself you cannot control and start embracing your role as the conscious witness and guide of your own experience. You realize that self-ownership isn't about having power over every aspect of yourself, but about taking responsibility for the one thing that is truly yours, how you meet whatever emerges from the depths of your being. It's not about solving the paradox of how you can own something you don't fully understand or control. It's about noticing that perhaps ownership itself is more mysterious and more gentle than you once believed, and finding rest in the knowledge that you belong to yourself in ways that transcend possession. Temporal discounting. You're sitting at your kitchen table holding a letter that arrived in the mail today. Inside is a check for $1,000 made out to you, ready to cash immediately. But there's another option. Wait exactly 1 year, and the amount doubles to 2,000. Your hand hovers over the paper, and you feel that familiar tug between now and later, between the bird in hand and the promise of tomorrow. How is it that something certain today can feel so much more real than something better in the future? This is the strange landscape of temporal discounting, where time itself acts like a lens that shrinks the value of future rewards. The further away something sits in time, the smaller it appears to your decision-making mind, even when logic tells you it should matter just as much. It's as if your brain applies an interest rate in reverse, where future benefits lose value simply by virtue of being future. You begin to notice this pattern everywhere once you start looking. The gym membership you bought with genuine intentions sits unused because the discomfort of exercise feels immediate while the benefits live months away. The retirement savings you know you should increase remain untouched because that older version of yourself seems like a stranger whose needs feel abstract. Even the simple choice between a small dessert now versus feeling energetic tomorrow becomes a negotiation between two different versions of time. On one hand, this makes perfect sense from an evolutionary perspective. Your ancestors lived in a world where immediate threats and opportunities demanded immediate responses. The berry in your hand was worth more than the theoretical berry bush you might find next season. Delay meant risk, and risk often meant death. Your brain carries this ancient wisdom, this bias toward the present moment and its tangible offerings. On the other hand, you live in a world where many of the most meaningful rewards require patience and sustained effort. Relationships deepen through consistency over time. Skills develop through practice accumulated across months and years. Health improves through small daily choices that compound slowly. The very things that create lasting fulfillment often demand that you override this temporal discounting, that you place bets on a future version of yourself you've never met. You start to wonder about the mathematics of happiness itself. If your brain naturally discounts future pleasure, are you systematically underinvesting in your own well-being? When you choose the immediate relief of scrolling through your phone instead of the slower satisfaction of reading a book, you're making a calculation. But the calculation assumes that 30 minutes from now matters less than right now, that the version of you finishing the book is somehow less real than the version of you in this moment. The strangest part might be how this discounting changes based on your emotional state. When you're stressed, the future shrinks even more dramatically. Next week feels like next year, and next year disappears entirely. But when you're calm and centered, you can almost see your future self clearly enough to make choices on their behalf. It's as if temporal discounting has its own emotional weather, shifting based on the internal climate of your mind. Consider how this plays out in your relationships. The effort required to have a difficult conversation feels enormous in the moment, while the relief and deeper connection that might follow feel faint and uncertain. Your mind discounts not just your own future experience, but the future states of your relationships themselves. The couple you could become after working through conflict seems less real than the couple you are in the moment of tension. This creates a peculiar relationship with your own identity across time. The person you'll be in 5 years shares your name and presumably many of your memories, but your brain treats their preferences and needs as somehow less urgent than your own. You might feel more motivated to help a friend today than to help your future self tomorrow. The temporal distance creates a kind of emotional distance, as if time were a river that carries your identity downstream, making it smaller and less distinct the further it travels. Yet there's something beautiful in how some rewards actually increase their pull across time. The anticipation of a vacation can bring weeks of pleasure before the first day of travel. The knowledge that you're working toward something meaningful can transform present struggles into stepping stones rather than obstacles. Sometimes temporal discounting works in reverse, where the imagined future becomes so vivid and compelling that it pulls you forward through immediate discomfort. You begin to notice that wisdom might be partly about calibrating this temporal lens, learning when to trust your bias toward the present and when to override it. Some immediate pleasures truly are worth taking, some future benefits truly are too uncertain to sacrifice for. But somewhere between the tyranny of the urgent and the paralysis of the perfectionist, there's a space where you can hold both time frames gently. The most profound realization might be that you're always living in the future that your past self either invested in or discounted. The book you're reading now exists because some earlier version of you thought your current experience mattered enough to begin. The relationships you treasure grew from moments when someone chose the uncertain future of connection over the safety of distance. You are, in a very real sense, the compound interest of countless small decisions made by people who shared your name, but lived in different moments. This doesn't mean you should always choose the future over the present. There's a wisdom in temporal discounting, a recognition that life is uncertain and that present moments have their own irreplaceable value. But perhaps there's also wisdom in occasionally overriding it, in making choices as if your future self were sitting right next to you, deserving the same consideration you'd give to any friend asking for help. As you settle into sleep tonight, you might notice how temporal discounting shifts in these drowsy moments. Tomorrow's responsibilities feel softer, more manageable. Next week's worries fade into something almost abstract. But the sense of moving toward rest, toward the restoration that sleep offers, brings its own kind of future focus. You're investing in tomorrow's energy by choosing tonight's surrender. It's not about solving the puzzle of temporal discounting, not about finding the perfect formula for weighing present against future. It's about noticing this ancient bias with gentle curiosity, recognizing it as one of the many ways your mind tries to help you navigate an uncertain world. Some days you'll choose the immediate pleasure, some days the distant reward. Both are ways of being human. Both are part of the art of living in time. The serenity prayer. You're sitting in the quiet moments between day and night when the world seems to pause and breathe. Perhaps you've just closed a difficult chapter of your day, or you're carrying the weight of decisions that feel too heavy for your shoulders. In this stillness, you remember those familiar words that have comforted millions. Grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. But have you ever wondered why something so simple feels so impossibly difficult to live by? Here lies one of humanity's most beautiful paradoxes. The very thing that promises to free us from struggle requires us to engage in the deepest kind of struggle first. The serenity prayer asks us to simultaneously surrender and fight, to be passive and active, to know our limits while pushing beyond them. How can we find peace through such apparent contradiction? The prayer presents us with three distinct territories of human experience, yet the boundaries between them shift like sand dunes in an endless desert. What you cannot change today might be exactly what you could change tomorrow, with different knowledge, different resources, or different perspective. The categories themselves seem solid, but they breathe and move when you're not looking directly at them. On one hand, there are certainly things beyond your control: the weather, other people's choices, the past that has already unfolded like a letter already sent. On the other hand, the very act of accepting these limitations often reveals new spaces where your influence can take root. When you stop trying to change your difficult colleague, you discover you can change how you respond to them. When you accept that you cannot control the economy, you find you can control your relationship with uncertainty itself. You begin to notice that acceptance is not the same as resignation, though they often wear similar faces in the dim light of frustration. True acceptance requires a kind of fierce attention, a willingness to see reality so clearly that you stop arguing with what is. Yet this seeing, this radical honesty, often becomes the very foundation from which meaningful change can spring. Perhaps you've experienced this in your own life, the moment when you stopped fighting against your natural temperament and discovered how to work with it instead. Or the relationship that transformed not when you tried to fix the other person, but when you accepted them so completely that space opened for genuine growth. The courage to change what you can sound straightforward until you realize how much courage it actually takes to admit what you're capable of. Sometimes we hide behind the illusion that we're powerless because taking responsibility for our true sphere of influence feels overwhelming. It's easier to blame circumstances than to acknowledge that you could wake up earlier, speak more kindly, or choose different thoughts. But courage here doesn't mean forcing outcomes or muscling your way through resistance. The courage the prayer speaks of is more like the brave tenderness of a gardener who tends their small plot with devotion, knowing they cannot control the rain, but refusing to abandon their responsibility to plant and water and weed. You start to see that this courage often looks like small, unglamorous actions repeated with faithfulness. The courage to apologize when you've been wrong. The courage to set a boundary when someone crosses a line. The courage to try again after you've failed, not because you're guaranteed success, but because the trying itself is within your power. Then comes perhaps the most mysterious element, the wisdom to know the difference. This wisdom cannot be learned from books alone, though books may point toward it. It grows slowly, like trust or intuition, through countless small experiments in living. You test the boundaries of your influence gently, like checking ice before walking across a frozen pond. This wisdom whispers different truths at different moments. Sometimes it says, "This is not yours to carry." Sometimes it says, "This is exactly what you came here to do." It teaches you to feel the difference between pushing against a wall and opening a door. Both might require effort, but one leads somewhere while the other simply exhausts you. You discover that wisdom often arrives through what feels like mistakes, learning your limits through pushing against them, understanding your power through times when you failed to use it. The prayer doesn't ask for perfect discernment, only for the willingness to keep learning the difference. The deeper mystery reveals itself slowly. These three elements: serenity, courage, wisdom, are not separate qualities to be acquired and balanced. They interpenetrate like colors bleeding into one another on wet watercolor paper. Your acceptance of what cannot be changed becomes a form of courage. Your courage to act where you can create space for greater serenity. Your growing wisdom makes both acceptance and action more natural, less forced. You begin to sense that the prayer is not really about achieving some perfect state of knowing and acting. Instead, it becomes a kind of inner compass, a way of orienting yourself again and again toward what is true and possible in each moment. Like a lighthouse that doesn't chase ships, but simply offers its steady beam, the prayer provides a reference point for navigation through uncertain waters. The paradox deepens when you realize that praying for serenity, courage, and wisdom is itself an act of accepting what you cannot change. You cannot simply will these qualities into existence. Yet it's also an act of courage, reaching toward something beyond your current capacity. And it requires wisdom to know that this reaching, this asking, this opening to what you don't yet possess is itself a form of change you can choose. Perhaps this is why the prayer has endured across so many different contexts and belief systems. It doesn't promise easy answers or quick fixes. Instead, It offers a way of being with the fundamental uncertainties of human existence. It suggests that peace comes not from resolving all difficulties, but from finding your right relationship with them. As you rest in this understanding, you might notice how the prayer works on you slowly, like weather working on stone, not forcing or breaking, but gradually shaping something more beautiful from what was already there. You don't need to solve the paradox tonight. You don't need to achieve perfect wisdom or unwavering serenity. You only need to notice how acceptance and action can dance together in the quiet spaces between thoughts, how courage can be as soft as surrender, how wisdom often looks like simply beginning again. Self-transcendence. Imagine you're standing at the edge of a vast canyon, watching the sun disappear behind distant mountains. The last rays of light stretch across the rock face, painting everything in shades of gold and amber. As darkness settles, you feel something curious happen. The boundaries between where you end and the world begins seem to soften, blur, then quietly dissolve altogether. In this moment of stillness, you're confronted with one of the most beautiful paradoxes of human existence. To truly find yourself, you must somehow lose yourself entirely. How can the very act of letting go of who you think you are lead you closer to who you actually are? The Stoics understood this paradox deeply. They recognized that our attachment to our smaller selves, our roles, our possessions, our carefully constructed identities, often becomes the very prison that keeps us from experiencing the vastness of what we truly are. The harder we grip onto our sense of self, the more constrained and limited we become. Yet there's something counterintuitive here that makes the mind pause. If the goal is to transcend the self, who exactly is doing the transcending? If you dissolve completely, what remains to experience the transcendence? On one hand, you spend most of your life building and defending your identity. You collect experiences, achievements, relationships, and preferences like precious stones, arranging them into the mosaic you call me. This feels natural, necessary even. Your story gives you direction, purpose, a sense of continuity from one day to the next. On the other hand, the Stoics observed that this very construction of self often becomes a source of suffering. When you identify too closely with your roles, your successes, or your circumstances, you become vulnerable to every change, every loss, every moment when life doesn't align with your expectations. The tighter you hold onto who you think you are, the more fragile that identity becomes. Consider a river that flows toward the ocean. As it winds through valleys and forests, it maintains its distinct character, its particular speed, its unique collection of minerals, its individual path through the landscape. But as it approaches the sea, something profound happens. The river doesn't cease to exist when it meets the ocean. Instead, it becomes something infinitely larger than what it was before. You might find yourself in moments where this same transformation beckons. Perhaps it's during meditation, when your thoughts quiet to almost nothing. Maybe it's while watching stars on a clear night, when your problems seem suddenly small and distant. Or it could be in acts of genuine service, when you forget entirely about your own needs and concerns. The Stoics taught that wisdom lies in learning when to hold and when to release. There are times when a healthy sense of self serves you well, when you need boundaries, when you must make decisions, when you're called to stand for your principles. But there are also moments when the greatest gift you can give yourself is the willingness to step beyond the familiar walls of your identity. This isn't about eliminating the self through force or willpower. That would be like trying to stop being a river by building a dam. You'd only create pressure and eventual overflow. Instead, it's about developing the capacity to hold your identity lightly, like cupping water in your hands rather than grasping ice. Think about the people who seem most fully themselves, those who radiate a kind of natural authenticity and ease. Often, these individuals have learned the art of self-forgetting. They're so present with whatever is in front of them, so engaged with the moment, that their self-consciousness dissolves into pure awareness and response. The paradox deepens when you realize that this dissolution doesn't make you less, it makes you more. When you release your grip on your smaller story, you don't disappear, you expand. You begin to sense your connection to everything around you, the invisible threads that link your breath to the wind, your thoughts to the vast intelligence that moves through all things. Marcus Aurelius wrote about this as seeing yourself from the perspective of the cosmic order. From that vantage point, your individual concerns don't vanish, but they find their proper proportion within a much larger context. Your joys and sorrows, your victories and defeats, your entire human drama, all of it becomes part of a grander symphony in which you're both a unique instrument and an expression of the whole composition. This perspective offers a curious comfort. When you realize that your deepest identity extends far beyond your personal biography, many of your daily anxieties begin to lose their grip. The promotion you didn't get, the relationship that ended, the mistake you made last week, these remain part of your experience, but they no longer define the totality of who you are. What emerges is a sense of intimate connection with existence itself. You start to feel less like an isolated individual struggling against the world and more like a temporary expression of something vast and interconnected. Your breath becomes the same breath that moves through trees and clouds. Your awareness reveals itself as part of the same consciousness that looks out through every pair of eyes. The Stoics called this the view from above, the capacity to zoom out from your immediate circumstances and see your life from a broader perspective. But they understood this wasn't meant to diminish your humanity. Rather, it was meant to reveal the true scope of what being human actually encompasses. In your quieter moments, you might sense this larger identity stirring. It doesn't announce itself with fanfare or dramatic revelation. Instead, it whispers in the spaces between thoughts, in the pause between heartbeats, in the moment of recognition when you see yourself reflected in another person's eyes. This is why self-transcendence often feels like coming home rather than going somewhere new. You're not becoming something foreign to your nature. You're remembering what you've always been beneath the layers of conditioning and story. You're like a wave, suddenly recognizing that it was never separate from the ocean that gave it form. The invitation isn't to abandon your human experience, but to hold it within a larger embrace. Your personality, your relationships, your daily responsibilities, all of these continue to matter. But they matter now as expressions of something deeper rather than as the final word on who you are. Tonight, as you settle into rest, you might allow yourself to experiment with this kind of expansion. Notice how your sense of boundary between inner and outer can soften. Feel how your breath connects you to the vast circulation of air around the planet. Sense how your thoughts arise from and dissolve back into an infinite field of awareness. It's not about solving the paradox of how losing yourself helps you find yourself. It's about resting in the mystery of it, allowing yourself to be both the wave and the ocean, both the individual note and the endless song. Cognitive distortions. Imagine you're standing in front of a funhouse mirror at an empty carnival, watching your reflections stretch and bend into impossible shapes. Your mind knows the mirror is distorting reality, yet for a moment, you wonder if this warped version might somehow be more true than what you see in ordinary glass. In the quiet hours before sleep, when thoughts move like shadows across your consciousness, you begin to notice that your mind has its own collection of funhouse mirrors, cognitive distortions that bend and twist your perception of reality. But here lies a beautiful paradox. Could these very distortions, these seemingly flawed ways of thinking, actually serve as gentle teachers pointing you toward deeper wisdom? The ancient Stoics understood something profound about the nature of human perception. They recognized that our minds naturally create stories, interpretations, and judgments about reality, and that these mental constructions often reveal more about our inner landscape than about the world itself. What we now call cognitive distortions were, to the Stoics, simply part of the human condition, the tendency to catastrophize, to see everything in black and white, to take things personally, or to predict the worst possible outcomes. Yet rather than viewing these patterns as purely negative, Stoic philosophy suggests a gentler approach, one that sees distortions as invitations to examine the very nature of perception itself. On one hand, cognitive distortions seem like obstacles to clear thinking, creating unnecessary suffering through their warped interpretations of reality. When you catch yourself thinking, everyone always ignores me, or I never do anything right, these all-or-nothing thoughts feel heavy and absolute. They create a world painted in stark contrasts, where nuance disappears and middle ground becomes impossible to see. Your mind, in these moments, acts like an overly dramatic narrator, turning minor setbacks into epic tragedies and temporary difficulties into permanent character flaws. On the other hand, these same distortions often arise from your mind's deep desire to protect and understand. The tendency to catastrophize, for instance, emerges from an ancient survival mechanism, your brain's attempt to prepare for every possible danger. When you find yourself predicting the worst outcome, part of you is trying to create a sense of control through preparation, even if that preparation involves imagining scenarios that may never come to pass. There's almost a tender quality to this mental habit, like a worried parent checking the locks one more time before bed. The Stoic approach to these mental patterns involves a beautiful practice of gentle observation. Marcus Aurelius wrote extensively about watching his own thoughts and judgments with the curiosity of a natural scientist. When you notice your mind engaging in fortune-telling, predicting negative outcomes with absolute certainty, you can pause and ask yourself, what if my mind is simply trying to feel prepared? This question doesn't dismiss the distortion, but approaches it with compassion, recognizing the underlying intention while questioning the method. Consider the cognitive distortion known as emotional reasoning, the belief that because you feel something, it must be true. If you feel worthless, your mind concludes you must be worthless. If you feel afraid, it assumes danger is imminent. The Stoics understood that emotions, while valuable messengers, are not infallible judges of reality. They saw feelings as weather patterns of the inner landscape, sometimes stormy, sometimes calm, always temporary, and always worthy of attention without necessarily being trusted as absolute truth. This perspective creates space for a profound shift in your relationship with your own thoughts. Instead of being hijacked by every mental pattern, you begin to develop what the Stoics called the view from above, the ability to step back and observe your thinking with gentle detachment. When you catch yourself mind-reading, assuming you know what others are thinking about you, you can notice this habit with the same mild curiosity you might feel watching clouds form shapes in the sky. The cloud elephant isn't really an elephant, and your assumption about someone's thoughts isn't necessarily their actual thoughts. The practice of questioning your distortions becomes a form of philosophical meditation. When you find yourself personalizing external events, believing that the grocery store clerk's bad mood must be your fault, or that traffic delays are somehow directed at you personally, you can gently investigate this assumption. The Stoics would ask, is it possible that this person's experience has nothing to do with me? Could there be factors I'm not seeing, stories I don't know, contexts I can't imagine? This inquiry doesn't require you to change your feelings immediately, but simply to hold them more lightly. The deepest Stoic insight about cognitive distortions is that they often contain kernels of wisdom wrapped in unhelpful packaging. Your tendency toward perfectionism, while potentially paralyzing, might also reflect a genuine appreciation for excellence and craftsmanship. Your inclination to filter out positive experiences while focusing on negative ones might stem from a mind trained to solve problems and identify areas for improvement. Even your habit of fortune-telling disaster might arise from a part of you that cares deeply about being prepared and responsible. This recognition transforms your relationship with your own mental patterns from one of warfare to one of gentle diplomacy. You're no longer fighting against parts of yourself, but rather negotiating with them, understanding their concerns, and helping them find more balanced ways to express their underlying intentions. It's like being a kind translator between different aspects of your own psyche, helping your protective mind communicate with your wise mind in a language they both can understand. The evening hours offer a particularly good time to practice this gentle observation of mental patterns. As your thinking mind begins to quiet and your body prepares for rest, you can review the day's thoughts with the compassion of a loving friend. When you notice that you engaged in all or nothing thinking, declaring a day completely ruined because of one disappointment, You can acknowledge this pattern while also appreciating the part of you that cares so much about things going well. The Stoics believed that wisdom comes not from having perfect thoughts, but from developing a more conscious relationship with whatever thoughts arise. They understood that the human mind will always have its quirks, its biases, its tendency to jump to conclusions or create dramatic narratives. The goal isn't to eliminate these patterns entirely, but to hold them with the gentle awareness that allows for choice and flexibility. As you settle into stillness tonight, you might reflect on the cognitive distortions that visited you today with the same gentle attention you'd give to old friends with familiar habits. Perhaps your mind engaged in some catastrophizing about tomorrow's challenges, or maybe it filtered out compliments while amplifying criticism. Rather than judging these patterns harshly, you can simply notice them, appreciating the mind's constant effort to make sense of a complex world, even when its methods are imperfect. This Stoic approach to cognitive distortions ultimately teaches you that clarity comes not from having an undistorted mind, but from recognizing distortion when it appears and choosing how much weight to give it. It's not about solving the puzzle of why your mind works the way it does. It's about noticing these patterns with the gentle wisdom that understands. All minds distort, all hearts worry, and all thinking contains both truth and fiction woven together in ways too intricate to fully untangle. Locus of control. Imagine for a moment that you're holding two invisible threads in your hands. One thread connects you to everything you can truly influence, your thoughts, your responses, your next breath. The other stretches out into the vast complexity of the world, tethering you to everything beyond your reach, other people's choices, the weather tomorrow, the exact moment you'll fall asleep tonight. You stand there in the quiet darkness, feeling the tension between these threads, sensing how one feels solid and real while the other seems to slip through your fingers like mist. Which thread, you begin to wonder, holds the key to your peace? The ancient Stoics discovered something curious about human suffering. We often exhaust ourselves pulling on the wrong thread. They called this understanding the locus of control, the recognition that some things exist within our sphere of influence while others remain forever beyond it. What makes this concept so paradoxical is how it simultaneously empowers and humbles us, suggesting that true control comes only through accepting what we cannot control. On one hand, this philosophy seems to offer the ultimate empowerment. You have complete authority over your thoughts, your interpretations, your responses to whatever life presents. Your mind becomes a sovereign territory where you make the rules, where no external force can dictate your inner experience without your permission. But on the other hand, this same wisdom demands a profound surrender. It asks you to release your grip on outcomes, on other people's behavior, on the countless variables that dance beyond your reach. The very act of claiming your true power requires letting go of the illusion of power you thought you had. Consider how this plays out in your daily experience. You wake up and immediately begin reaching for things outside your control. Will it rain? Will traffic be light? Will that important email arrive? Will others appreciate your efforts today? Your mind spends enormous energy trying to manage an unmanageable universe. Yet the moment you turn your attention inward, you discover a realm of absolute sovereignty. You can choose curiosity over judgment, patience over frustration, compassion over criticism. This inner domain responds instantly to your will, yet we so often ignore it in favor of trying to control the uncontrollable. The paradox deepens when you realize that the less you try to control externally, the more influence you actually have. When you stop trying to force specific outcomes, you become more adaptable, more creative, more responsive to opportunities as they arise. Your energy flows into response rather than resistance. People sense your lack of desperation and find themselves more naturally drawn to your ideas. The very act of releasing control creates space for a different kind of influence to emerge, one based on attraction rather than force. But perhaps the strangest aspect of this paradox is how it transforms your relationship with failure and success. When you truly understand your locus of control, these external labels lose their power to define your sense of worth. You begin to measure yourself by different metrics. Did you respond with integrity? Did you learn something new? Did you treat yourself and others with kindness? Success becomes about showing up fully to whatever moment presents itself, regardless of whether the world applauds or ignores your efforts. This shift in perspective reveals something profound about the nature of freedom itself. Most of us unconsciously define freedom as the ability to get what we want when we want it. But the Stoics discovered a deeper freedom, the liberation that comes from wanting what you already have control over. When your happiness depends on your own choices rather than external circumstances, you become truly unconquerable. No person or situation can rob you of what matters most, because what matters most lives within you. The emotional landscape of this understanding feels different too. Instead of the constant tension of trying to manage the unmanageable, you settle into a calmer rhythm. There's still engagement, still caring, still effort. But underneath runs a current of acceptance that makes everything lighter. You care deeply about outcomes while holding them lightly. You work toward your goals while remaining unattached to the specific ways they unfold. This isn't indifference. It's a more sustainable form of caring, one that doesn't depend on the world conforming to your expectations. Think about a moment when you felt most at peace. Likely, it wasn't when everything was going according to plan. It was when you stopped fighting what was happening and found your center within whatever circumstances surrounded you. That's the locus of control in action. Not passive resignation, but active acceptance paired with intentional response. You stop wasting energy on what you cannot change and pour that same energy into what you can influence. Your attention, your attitude, your next choice. As you lie here now, you can feel this principle settling into your awareness like a gentle tide. There's relief in finally setting down the impossible burden of controlling everything beyond your reach. Your shoulders soften as you release the tension of trying to manage tomorrow's weather, other people's moods, the speed of your progress toward distant goals. What remains is simpler but infinitely more workable. This breath, this moment, this opportunity to choose peace over anxiety, presence over projection. The beautiful irony emerges as sleep approaches. The harder you try to force sleep to arrive, the more elusive it becomes. But when you shift your focus to what you can control, relaxing your muscles, slowing your breath, releasing the day's concerns, sleep often arrives naturally. You cannot control the exact moment consciousness fades, but you can create the conditions that invite rest. Even here, in this most basic human experience, the wisdom of the locus of control reveals itself. Tonight, as thoughts drift through your mind like clouds across a quiet sky, you don't need to control their arrival or departure. You can simply notice them, acknowledge them, and gently return your attention to what remains always within your influence. The choice to be kind to yourself, to breathe deeply, to let this moment be exactly as it is. It's not about solving the paradox of control. It's about resting in the peace that comes from finally understanding which thread to hold. Stoic role ethics. You find yourself standing in the wings of an ancient amphitheater, watching as actors move across the stage in flowing robes. Each performer knows their part perfectly, the tragic hero, the wise counselor, the devoted friend. They speak their lines with conviction. Yet when the curtain falls, they remove their masks and return to being simply themselves. You notice something profound in this moment. The actor who played the tyrant shares bread with the one who played the victim, and the actor who portrayed the fool offers wisdom to the youngest performer. If we are all actors on life's stage, playing roles we didn't choose, what does it mean to play them well? The Stoics believed we inhabit multiple roles simultaneously: parent, citizen, friend, professional, yet somehow remain a single, coherent self beneath them all. Here lies the gentle paradox. The more completely you embody your various roles, the more authentically yourself you become. It's as if becoming many people somehow makes you more precisely who you were meant to be. On one hand, you might think that playing roles makes you less authentic, that conforming to expectations distances you from your true nature. The parent who sacrifices personal desires for a child's well-being, the employee who follows protocols that feel constraining, the citizen who pays taxes for services they'll never use. All of this seems to chip away at individual freedom. You begin to wonder, if roles are simply societies, way of taming the wild authenticity of human nature. On the other hand, the Stoics whispered something revolutionary. Your roles don't diminish you, they reveal you. When you care for an aging parent, something essential about your character emerges that would remain hidden otherwise. When you fulfill your duties as a friend, showing up during someone's darkest hours, you discover reserves of loyalty you didn't know you possessed. The role doesn't create these qualities. It unveils them, like moonlight revealing a landscape that was always there. Consider the businessman who rushes home to read bedtime stories to his daughter. In the boardroom, he embodies strategic thinking and calculated risks. In the nursery, he becomes a voice of gentle wonder, bringing dragons and castles to life. The Stoic insight suggests these aren't contradictory selves competing for dominance, but complementary expressions of a single character rich enough to contain multitudes. You begin to see that complexity isn't confusion, it's completeness. Yet here's where the paradox deepens. While you didn't choose your roles, you absolutely choose how to perform them. You didn't select your family of origin, your natural talents, or the historical moment of your birth. These form the script you're handed. But the passion, the creativity, the moral intention you bring to each role, this remains entirely yours. The Stoics called this playing your part well, regardless of whether you were cast as king or peasant. Think about the teacher who transforms a cramped classroom into a space of possibility, or the janitor who takes pride in creating clean, welcoming environments for others. Their roles might seem predetermined, but their approach to these roles reveals something magnificent about human agency. You realize that freedom isn't found by escaping your roles, but by embracing them so completely that they become vehicles for your deepest values. The ancient Stoics understood that roles provide structure for virtue to emerge. Without the role of parent, how would you fully develop patience and unconditional love? Without the role of citizen, how would you cultivate justice and civic responsibility? Without the role of friend, how would you explore loyalty and empathy? Each role becomes a gymnasium for the soul, a place where abstract virtues transform into lived reality. You begin to notice how your various roles inform and enhance each other. The patience you develop as a parent makes you a better teacher. The leadership you learn in your profession enriches your ability to guide family decisions. The empathy you cultivate in friendship deepens your capacity for justice as a citizen. Rather than fragmenting you, your roles weave together into something more beautiful than any single identity could achieve. There's something deeply comforting about this understanding. You don't have to choose between being a devoted spouse and an ambitious professional, between being a caring friend and a disciplined individual. The Stoic wisdom suggests these roles don't compete, they collaborate. Each role calls forth different facets of your character, like light passing through a prism to reveal the full spectrum of colors that were always present. Perhaps the most profound aspect of role ethics is how it reframes success and failure. When you view life as performance art, the question shifts from "am I getting what I want?" to "am I bringing excellence to what I've been given?" The parent facing a challenging teenager, the employee navigating a difficult boss, the friend supporting someone through addiction. Success becomes about the quality of your performance, not the ease of your circumstances. This perspective offers a peculiar kind of freedom. You can't control the size of your stage or the complexity of your script, but you can control the integrity, compassion, and wisdom you bring to each scene. Some days you play leading roles, other days you're supporting cast. The Stoic insight suggests that both are equally valuable opportunities to express your essential character. As you drift towards sleep tonight, imagine your various roles not as burdens to carry, but as instruments in an orchestra. Each one contributes its unique voice to the symphony of your life. The baseline of your professional responsibilities, the melody of your personal relationships, the harmony of your civic duties. Together, they create music that could only emerge from the particular combination of roles that is uniquely yours. It's not about perfectly balancing every role or eliminating the tensions between them. It's about recognizing that in faithfully embracing each part, you become most fully yourself, complex, multifaceted, real, living according to nature. Imagine you're sitting by a window on a quiet evening, watching rain fall in steady patterns against the glass. Each drop follows the path of least resistance, finding its way down without struggle or complaint. You notice how the water doesn't argue with gravity, doesn't resist the surface it meets, yet somehow carves valleys through mountains over time. What if the secret to a meaningful life lies not in fighting against our circumstances, but in discovering how to flow with them as naturally as that rain? Here lies one of the most beautiful paradoxes in Stoic philosophy. To live according to nature means both accepting what we cannot control and fully exercising what we can. On the surface, this seems contradictory. How can we be both accepting and active, both surrendering and powerful? The ancient Stoics understood something profound about human nature that modern life often obscures, that our greatest strength emerges not from opposition, but from alignment. You begin to see this paradox everywhere once you look for it. A tree doesn't fight the wind, it bends with it, yet its roots grow deeper with each storm. The tree exercises its nature by growing toward light and extending its roots toward water, while simultaneously accepting the weather it cannot change. In the same way, you have aspects of your humanity that are fixed, your temperament, your past, the family you were born into, and aspects that remain entirely within your influence, your responses, your choices, your daily habits. Consider how this plays out in a difficult conversation with someone you love. On one hand, you cannot control their words, their mood, or their decision to listen. Their reactions belong entirely to them, shaped by experiences and perspectives you may never fully understand. On the other hand, you have complete control over your tone, your patience, your willingness to understand. Living according to nature means accepting their autonomy while fully inhabiting your own. The Stoics taught that human beings are naturally rational and social creatures. This means our nature calls us toward both clear thinking and genuine connection with others. When you find yourself caught in anger or anxiety, you're often fighting against one of these natural tendencies. Anger clouds rational thought. Isolation cuts you off from the community that nourishes your soul. Yet the path back to your nature isn't through force or self-criticism, but through gentle redirection, like a gardener guiding a vine toward sunlight. You might wonder what this looks like in the ordinary moments of daily life. Living according to nature means responding to a traffic jam with curiosity rather than rage, recognizing that your anger cannot move the cars ahead, but can certainly move your blood pressure. It means accepting that your teenager will make mistakes while still offering guidance when appropriate. It means acknowledging that you will age and change while taking care of your body and mind today. There's something deeply comforting in this approach. You realize that you're not responsible for controlling the uncontrollable, yet you're fully empowered to shape what lies within your influence. This division isn't always clear at first. Sometimes you discover through gentle experimentation that you have more influence than you thought, perhaps in how you communicate with a difficult colleague. Sometimes you realize you have less control than you believed, perhaps in how quickly your body heals or how others perceive your intentions. The ancient philosopher Epictetus, who understood constraint intimately as someone who had lived in slavery, taught that freedom comes not from having no limitations, but from understanding exactly where your limitations lie. When you know precisely what you can and cannot influence, you stop wasting energy pushing against immovable walls and instead direct that same energy toward what can actually change. Your focus shifts from fighting reality to dancing with it. This doesn't mean becoming passive or resigned. The river that carves the canyon is not passive. It simply works with gravity rather than against it. Your nature as a human being includes the capacity for choice, for growth, for connection. Exercising these capacities fully is part of accepting your nature, not separate from it. You can be both peaceful and purposeful, both accepting and ambitious. Consider how this wisdom applies to the goals you carry. Living according to nature means setting intentions based on what you can influence rather than what you hope to control. You can influence your preparation for an important presentation, your willingness to practice, your decision to rest beforehand. You cannot control the technical difficulties that might arise, the mood of your audience, or whether your ideas will be accepted. When your goals align with your actual sphere of influence, they become sources of energy rather than anxiety. The deeper you explore this paradox, the more you realize it's really about trust. Trust in the fundamental intelligence of existence. The same forces that guide planets in their orbits and seasons in their cycles also flow through your life. This doesn't mean everything that happens is good, but it suggests that resistance often creates more suffering than acceptance combined with skillful action. You begin to see how this applies to your internal landscape as well. Your emotions arise naturally, like weather systems moving through an open sky. Living according to nature means neither suppressing these feelings nor being controlled by them. Instead, you learn to observe them with gentle curiosity, allowing them to inform you without overwhelming you. Sadness teaches you what matters. Anger reveals your values. Fear shows you what feels precious and vulnerable. Perhaps the most beautiful aspect of living according to nature is how it connects you with something larger than your individual concerns. You're part of the same creative intelligence that orchestrates migrations and seasons, that guides healing and growth throughout the natural world. Your struggles and joys, your questions and insights, all arise from the same source that moves rivers toward oceans and seeds toward light. When you remember this connection, daily challenges begin to feel less personal and more universal. The difficulty you're facing with a relationship, a health concern, or a career decision becomes part of the larger human experience rather than evidence of your individual failing. You can address these challenges with both seriousness and perspective, caring deeply while holding lightly. As you settle into this understanding, you might notice a gentle shift in how you meet each day. Instead of bracing against what might go wrong, you find yourself curious about how you'll respond to whatever arises. Instead of demanding that life conform to your expectations, you become interested in discovering what your nature looks like when expressed through today's particular circumstances. The paradox resolves not through understanding, but through living it. Each time you choose your response while accepting what you cannot change, you embody this ancient wisdom. Each moment of exercising your nature while flowing with life's currents deepens your trust in this way of being. It's not about solving the paradox of control and acceptance. It's about noticing how naturally they dance together when you stop insisting they're separate. Deliberate practice. Imagine yourself sitting at a piano, fingers poised above the keys, knowing that the next hour will be spent not on the songs you love to play, but on the scales that make your fingers stumble. You're choosing the discomfort of precision over the comfort of what comes easily. There's something almost contradictory about this choice, isn't there? Why would anyone deliberately seek out their weaknesses when they could bask in their strengths? The paradox of deliberate practice lies in this strange inversion of our natural impulses. We are drawn to what feels good, what flows effortlessly, what confirms our existing abilities. Yet the very activities that feel most uncomfortable, most challenging, most likely to expose our limitations are precisely the ones that transform us. How can something that feels like moving backward actually be the fastest way forward? On one hand, deliberate practice demands that you step directly into the realm of your incompetence. You seek out the mistakes, the fumbles, the moments when your mind says, I can't do this. It's the violin student who spends an hour on a single measure that keeps going wrong, rather than playing through the entire piece that sounds lovely but teaches nothing new. It's the writer who forces herself to tackle the scene she's been avoiding, the one that feels impossible to capture in words. On the other hand, this deliberate discomfort is precisely what creates the neural pathways that didn't exist before. Your brain responds to struggle by building stronger connections, by developing new routes around obstacles. The difficulty isn't a bug in the system of learning, it's the feature that makes growth possible. Without resistance, there's no adaptation. You might notice how this challenges everything our comfort-seeking minds want to believe about improvement. We imagine that getting better should feel good, that progress should be smooth and encouraging. But deliberate practice reveals that the feeling of struggle isn't a sign you're doing something wrong. It's often the clearest indicator you're doing something right. The discomfort is information, telling you exactly where the growing edge lies. Consider how this plays out in the life of a surgeon learning a new procedure. She could perform the operations she's already mastered, feeling confident and competent with each success. Instead, deliberate practice means seeking out the cases that push her beyond her current skill level, working under the careful eye of a mentor who will catch every imperfection. Each mistake in this controlled environment becomes knowledge that could save a life later. The temporary blow to her ego becomes permanent expansion of her capability. There's something beautiful about how deliberate practice reframes failure entirely. In normal life, we treat mistakes as evidence of inadequacy, something to hide or quickly move past. But in deliberate practice, errors become the most valuable data points. They're breadcrumbs leading you directly to the specific skills that need attention. Each failure is a precise diagnosis of exactly what to work on next. This creates an almost meditative relationship with difficulty. You begin to welcome the moments when things fall apart, because they reveal so much more than the moments when everything goes smoothly. The basketball player celebrates the shots that clang off the rim in practice, because each miss carries information about angle, force, timing that a swoosh conceals. The comedian treasures the jokes that bomb during rehearsal, because they teach more about rhythm and audience than applause ever could. Yet there's also a deeper paradox within this process. Deliberate practice requires you to become comfortable with being uncomfortable, which seems to contradict itself. How can you simultaneously embrace struggle and find peace within it? The answer lies in shifting your relationship to the struggle itself. Instead of fighting against the difficulty, you learn to dance with it. You start to notice how the quality of your attention changes everything. When you approach your weaknesses with curiosity rather than judgment, the same challenging task feels entirely different. The notes you can't quite reach become interesting puzzles rather than personal failings. The concepts that slip away from your understanding become invitations to explore rather than evidence of limitation. This shift in perspective doesn't make the practice easier, but it makes it sustainable. The wisdom traditions have always understood this principle in different forms. The monk sitting in meditation isn't trying to achieve a state of constant bliss. She's practicing being present with whatever arises, especially the uncomfortable thoughts and feelings she'd rather avoid. The martial artist doesn't seek out opponents he can easily defeat. He finds teachers who will repeatedly expose his weaknesses until they become strengths. There's something profound about how this mirrors the larger patterns of growth in life itself. The relationships that challenge us most deeply often teach us the most about love. The work that pushes us beyond our current capacity creates the skills we didn't know we needed. The experiences that initially feel too difficult to handle become the foundation of our resilience. Nature seems to have built transformation through beneficial struggle into the very fabric of existence. As you reflect on this tonight, you might find yourself thinking about the edges of your own comfort zone. Where are the places you've been avoiding practice because it feels too difficult, too exposing, too uncertain? What would change if you began to see those uncomfortable edges not as boundaries to your ability, but as doorways to growth you haven't yet claimed? Perhaps the deepest wisdom of deliberate practice is that it teaches us to trust the process even when we can't see the progress. Some nights, after hours of focused work on your most challenging areas, you might feel like you've moved backward rather than forward. Your playing sounds worse, your writing feels clunkier, your performance seems to have deteriorated. But beneath the surface, in ways your conscious mind can't yet perceive, new neural pathways are forming, new connections are strengthening. The practice asks you to plant seeds in soil that looks barren, trusting that something is growing even when you can't see the shoots. It's not about solving the paradox of why difficulty creates ease, struggle builds strength, and confusion leads to clarity. It's about noticing how this ancient truth wants to work through your own willingness to meet your edges with gentle persistence, endurance of pain. Imagine you're sitting quietly in a hospital waiting room watching an elderly woman in the corner. She's been there for hours, her face etched with lines that speak of decades weathered, yet her eyes hold something unexpected, not defeat, but a kind of quiet strength. Her hands rest calmly in her lap, as she waits for news that could change everything. You find yourself wondering, how does someone carry such evident suffering with such grace? This scene reveals one of humanity's most puzzling contradictions. The people who seem to endure the greatest pain often possess the deepest peace, while those who flee from even minor discomfort frequently find themselves trapped in cycles of anxiety and restlessness. How is it that suffering, which we instinctively avoid, might actually be the very thing that teaches us how to truly live? On one hand, pain appears to be purely destructive, something that breaks us down, strips away our illusions, and forces us to confront our limitations. You feel this whenever life delivers an unexpected blow, the loss of someone you love, the failure of dreams you've carefully tended, the slow recognition that your body is more fragile than you once believed. Pain seems to take everything from us. Yet on the other hand, you begin to notice something strange in the aftermath of deep struggle. The person who has faced their own mortality often speaks more gently to others. The parent who has lost a child becomes a source of comfort for other grieving families. The individual who has battled addiction understands compassion in ways that textbooks cannot teach. Pain appears to be not just destructive, but somehow creative, forging qualities of character that cannot emerge through comfort alone. Consider how this paradox plays out in your own small daily struggles. When you avoid a difficult conversation, the anxiety grows larger in your mind. When you finally face it, you often discover it was less terrible than you imagined, and you emerge with new confidence. When you push through physical exhaustion during exercise, you find reserves of strength you didn't know existed. The very thing you resisted becomes the thing that expands your sense of what's possible. This suggests something profound about the relationship between pain and growth. Like a muscle that becomes stronger only when stressed beyond its comfort zone, perhaps the human spirit develops its deepest capacities only when it encounters what it cannot easily handle. You begin to see that the goal isn't to eliminate all discomfort, but to develop a different relationship with it, one that treats pain as information rather than emergency. The Stoics understood this with remarkable clarity. They recognized that while we cannot control what happens to us, we retain absolute authority over how we interpret and respond to events. Marcus Aurelius, writing in his tent during brutal military campaigns, didn't pretend that cold, hunger, and the threat of death were pleasant. Instead, he discovered that these experiences could become teachers if approached with the right mindset. You see this wisdom reflected in his observation that the impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. This isn't philosophical wordplay, but a practical recognition that obstacles often redirect us toward paths we would never have chosen but desperately needed to walk. The job loss that seemed devastating becomes the push toward work that truly fulfills you. The illness that forced you to slow down reveals relationships and simple pleasures you had been rushing past for years. This transformation of perspective doesn't happen overnight, nor does it eliminate the reality of suffering. Pain still hurts, loss still creates real emptiness, and injustice still deserves to be challenged. But you begin to notice a subtle shift in your relationship to these experiences. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" you start wondering, "What might this teach me?" Or how might this difficulty serve not just my own growth, but my ability to help others? The deepest Stoic insight about pain might be that it connects us to our shared humanity in ways that comfort cannot. When you're struggling, the people who offer the most meaningful support are usually those who have walked through similar darkness. Their words carry weight not because they're clever, but because they're born from experience. Pain, it turns out, is one of our most reliable teachers of empathy. You start to understand why ancient wisdom traditions often spoke of suffering as a gateway rather than a dead end. Not because pain is inherently good, but because facing it with courage and openness can cultivate qualities that remain inaccessible through easier paths. The person who has never faced significant adversity may be intelligent, talented, even successful, but they often lack the depth of compassion that comes only through personal struggle. This doesn't mean you should seek out unnecessary hardship or romanticize suffering. Some pain is simply destructive, some losses leave only emptiness, and it's important to minimize unnecessary harm wherever possible. But when difficulty does arrive, as it inevitably will, you can choose to meet it as a student rather than only as a victim. You can ask not just, how do I escape this? But, what might I learn here? Perhaps the most surprising discovery is that this approach to pain actually reduces its intensity over time. When you stop fighting against difficult emotions and instead allow them to move through you, they often dissipate more quickly than when you resist them. When you accept that struggle is a normal part of human experience rather than evidence that something has gone wrong with your life, you can navigate challenges with less additional suffering piled on top. The elderly woman in the waiting room embodies this understanding. Her peace doesn't come from an absence of pain, but from a deep acceptance of life's full range of experiences. She has learned what the Stoics taught, that our suffering often comes not from events themselves, but from our resistance to them. By embracing what cannot be changed and focusing her energy on what remains within her control, her responses, her choices, her attitude, she has found a kind of freedom that exists even in the midst of difficulty. This might be the deepest lesson about enduring pain. It's not about becoming invulnerable or emotionless, but about developing the capacity to remain open and responsive even when life is hard. It's about discovering that you are more resilient than you imagined, more capable of growth than you knew, and more connected to others through shared struggle than you might have recognized. The pain doesn't disappear, but it transforms from an enemy into an unexpected ally in the ongoing project of becoming fully human. As you rest tonight, you might consider your own relationship with difficulty, not to solve anything or change anything immediately, but simply to notice how struggle has shaped you, how challenges have redirected your path, how even your deepest wounds might have become sources of wisdom and compassion. It's not about celebrating suffering, but about recognizing its strange capacity to reveal strengths you didn't know you possessed and connections you might never have discovered through comfort alone. Practical wisdom. Imagine you're standing at the edge of a vast library, its shelves stretching endlessly upward into shadows. You've spent years collecting knowledge, facts, theories, insights gleaming like polished coins in your mind. Yet tonight, as you prepare for rest, a curious question whispers itself into existence. What if the deepest wisdom isn't found in what you know, but in how gracefully you hold the weight of not knowing? Here lies one of philosophy's most gentle paradoxes. True practical wisdom seems to emerge not from the accumulation of certainties, but from developing an intimate friendship with uncertainty itself. The Stoics understood this strange alchemy, that the person who claims to know everything understands very little, while the one who embraces their limitations often navigates life with profound skill. On one hand, you might think practical wisdom requires vast knowledge, strategies for every situation, answers for every question, solutions mapped out like constellations in a clear night sky. You study, you prepare, you build frameworks for understanding the world's complexity. This feels sensible, even necessary. On the other hand, life has a way of presenting you with scenarios that no textbook anticipated. The conversation that takes an unexpected turn. The relationship that doesn't follow the patterns you learned. The career choice that feels right in your bones but wrong on paper. In these moments, your accumulated knowledge feels less like a compass and more like a collection of beautiful but irrelevant artifacts. The Stoics noticed something profound about this tension. Marcus Aurelius, writing in his personal journals, often returned to themes of uncertainty and acceptance. He didn't claim to have life figured out. Instead, he cultivated what we might call a wisdom of presence, the ability to meet each moment with clarity rather than preconception. You begin to see how this works in your own experience. Think of a time when you helped a friend through difficulty. Chances are, your most valuable contribution wasn't advice pulled from some mental database. It was your ability to listen deeply, to remain present with their pain, to respond to what was actually happening rather than what you thought should be happening. Consider how practical wisdom shows up in the small moments. You're having a disagreement with someone you care about. Your mind offers several strategies, techniques for winning arguments, ways to prove your point, conversational moves designed to establish dominance or control. But practical wisdom might whisper something different entirely. It might suggest pausing before responding, asking yourself not, how can I be right? But how can I be helpful? This shift doesn't come from knowledge about conflict resolution, though such knowledge might be useful. It comes from something deeper, a willingness to prioritize connection over being correct, understanding over being understood. The ancient Stoics called this kind of responsive presence spiritual exercise. Not spiritual in a religious sense necessarily, but in the sense of cultivating your deepest capacity for wisdom. They understood that practical wisdom isn't a thing you possess, but a way of being you practice. Like learning to play music, it requires not just understanding the notes, but developing the sensitivity to know when to pause, when to emphasize, when to let silence speak. You might notice how this wisdom operates differently than ordinary problem solving. When you're fixing a mechanical problem, more knowledge generally leads to better results. You learn how the system works, identify what's broken, apply the appropriate solution. The relationship between knowledge and success feels relatively linear, but human situations rarely offer such clear causation. The same approach that works beautifully with one person might create disaster with another. The strategy that saved your relationship last year might be exactly wrong for the challenge you're facing today. Practical wisdom learns to read these subtle differences not through rules, but through attention. This brings us to one of the most beautiful aspects of Stoic thinking, the recognition that wisdom often means acting with incomplete information while remaining fully committed to doing your best. You make decisions knowing they might be wrong. You offer help knowing it might not be what's needed. You love people knowing they might leave. There's something both humbling and liberating in this approach. Humbling because it asks you to release the fantasy of control, the illusion that enough preparation can eliminate uncertainty. Liberating because it frees you from the exhausting requirement to know everything before you act. The Stoics understood that practical wisdom develops through practice, not perfection. Each day offers countless small opportunities to choose presence over preconception, curiosity over certainty. The way you respond to unexpected traffic, how you handle a colleague's criticism, whether you can remain open when someone disagrees with your most cherished beliefs. In these moments, practical wisdom might sound less like, I know what to do, and more like, I'm willing to discover what this situation needs. It's the difference between imposing your understanding on the world and allowing your understanding to be shaped by genuine encounter with what's actually happening. As you prepare for sleep tonight, you might consider how this shift in perspective affects your relationship with tomorrow's uncertainties. Rather than approaching them as problems requiring solutions, what if you met them as invitations to practice wisdom? Each unknown situation becomes not a test of your knowledge, but an opportunity to develop your capacity for presence. The deepest Stoic insight might be this. Practical wisdom isn't about having the right answers, but about becoming the kind of person who can hold questions with grace. Someone who can act decisively while remaining humble about outcomes. Someone who plans thoughtfully but holds those plans lightly. This doesn't mean becoming passive or indifferent. The Stoics were remarkably active in their communities, taking on leadership roles and engaging fully with life's challenges. But they did so with what Epictetus called the discipline of desire, wanting what happens, finding wisdom in whatever circumstances arise. You begin to sense how this philosophy might transform your experience of daily life. Challenges become less threatening when you're not required to solve them perfectly. Relationships become less burdensome when you're not responsible for controlling their outcomes. Work becomes less stressful when your worth isn't tied to predicting and preventing every possible difficulty. It's not about solving the paradox of practical wisdom, how we can be both prepared and spontaneous, both committed and flexible. It's about noticing how wisdom emerges naturally when we stop trying so hard to manufacture it, when we trust our capacity to respond appropriately to whatever life offers.